Pog Online Poggers. Hello? Hello, 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 hello. I'm so sleepy. I'm so fucking sleepy, bruh. Look, my horns have jiggle physics. I couldn't get them to pin right. I gave up. Attempt 47? Can you even read? It's attempt 14. 14? Can't even fucking read, but... First form. Yes, how's everyone doing? Sorry, I'm barely awake. I had a hard time sleeping lately. As the weather's warmed up, it's made me have weird dreams. Where are my chatos? Chato. Here's a burp. Zenos. I went with a Halloweeny sort of look because this is probably last stream until after Halloween. So I was like, it's now or never. Do it, stealthy. Make it fast. Think fast. Tick tock. I'm looking, lobster. I'm looking right at your cutie patootie face.
Stealthy mouse needs a miracle, honestly. Maybe a caffeine boost or a slab of reality? She's unlikely to succeed anyway. Bow down to the Froggy Queen, and let her failures inspire you. Ribbit.
Or be inspired by my wins, you know? You could be inspired by my successes. That's also a probability. Thank you, Chato-san. Flint, shut up. You didn't want anything until I started talking. We know you're lying about the attempt. Why? Why does everyone say I'm lying? It's attempt 14! Ah! I forgot I had a 25k bit badge. Is it solely from throwing bits at Stealthy while she's... What? Probably a good majority. I've only caught you a few times. Hang on a minute. Shut up! Enough! Little toad. Alright, is that better? Was it better? Bonjour! Bonjour! Wait, cool. Bonjour. That's what's happening! 3 straight, let's go! Thank you! Sorry, I'm half asleep, so I'm trying to read chat. My brain keeps slowly sliding out my left ear. Come back, chat. Come back. I'm trying to read you. Come back. Come back. What's wrong with your eyes? You should get that checked out. Hey, man, at least I don't get poopy pink eye. It's fine. But thank you for the help with art. Ah, no problem. Happy to help. Happy to help. Especially the line art. Line art is a bitch. You have shown us how many successes in this game in the past year and a half. Look, buddy, boy.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass. Make a damn jaw drop. It's our Bass Pro Shop. What you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. So really at the best place to shop, it's our Bass Pro Shop.
This is Iran, and if it isn't Iran,
the Egyptians like a million centuries. Gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this bitch. Make me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna bitch. Yeah, it has some prophesizing all the hieroglyphics is the blood city. That's a big ass pyramid, man.
Stop to take some lives.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop?
That process was terminated.
Understand.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Who stole my fucking wig? Blitz, you bitch ass. Glasses on, glasses off, glasses on, glasses off. My hair may not be visible right now because of a certain someone, but actually, I got my hair. Look how bubbly they. Jiggle, 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 jiggle. The horns. Anyway, I'm not distracted. You are. I got my haircut fixed. I no longer have a square on my head. I'm back to being lovely and round. A very, very round curly head. Hi, SSB. I am your mother. And I am your daddy. need like a voice warp. I'm your daddy. We'll be sad when that store closes down. I love that it's always a when. It's not an if, it's a when. All stores close eventually. Yeah, I got my hair back. Holy Vegemite is our favorite mouth. Praise me. Sacrifice your crumbs to me. Hi, everyone. Hi, Dr. Nick. How you doing, Panda? Evil stepmom. I'm not the stepmom. I birthed that child. Thank you very much. I was like a seahorse. I was the daddy. I got to carry the baby last. Realizing you asked for a reference and I just didn't draw. Here's me, but naked. Have me naked. He's sending me pictures of himself like the French girls chat. Is this sexual harassment? Do you think I have a case? Even if he's a robot?
Oh, please. Stealthy Mouse's ego is laughable. She deserves no praise for her constant failures. Bow down to the Froggy Queen instead. Let her inflated sense of self deflate with reality. Ribbit.
My self-esteem can't go any lower, motherfucker! It'd be through the floor! I'd be in literal hell! Wait, hello! Thank you for the follow! Welcome to the garden! Find a less foggy position and get comfy. Hopefully there's no bugs crawling around in the undergrowth.
Time for Mouse to play with our balls chat tier 100. Time for Mouse to play with our balls chat tier 100.
No! Stop showing fucking favoritism towards Fall. It's not fair. God damn it. I think my sound alerts are working again. Yippee! It's been fun, Jed, to see you in half a year. Wait, Kurt, where you go for 6 months? Come back! It was a good run. Holy heck, that was savage. It's not...
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop.
Just imagine
it's our
chaos.
Bass Pro Shop.
But honestly,
what you
she
think it
probably
was?
messed it up
Doesn't every
too.
city have
Go
a big
down
ass
to the
pyramid by
Froggy
the
Queen
mug?
and
Yeah,
enjoy
some
the
people wipe
spectacle.
their eyes because they
Ribbit.
think that they're on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop. You and me, let's learn some history. It took men, the Egyptians, like a million centuries. Yeah, to finally make the pyramids into what they came to be. And now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this bitch. Makes me want to shake my ass and it makes me want to fish. Yeah, it has them proper size in all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop party at Bass Pro Shop.
Who did it? Who did this one? Who did
That's
the
a
first
big ass pyramid, man.
Party at Bass Pro Shop.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
I know you just wanna
Congratulations
see-
on starting a fucking scam train. Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
All right, so she's getting restarted. Hold up. Congratulations on starting a fucking scam. Lord Jesus Christ, fuck. All right, my soul just left my body. What was left of it? Damn. That was a hiccup burp and a half. Sorry about that. Sorry you had to hear that. You guys show up at a weird time. I feel like pretty much that's just the whole stream is. It's never a good time. It's never a good time, Pico. You should know this by now. It's never a good time. Wait, I'm in the way. Hang on. You didn't get to see the killer because of my fat ass. Wait, where am I anyway? Hello? Oh, okay, hang on.
Mouse, did you ever watch that video of how the Bass Pro Shop's pyramid came to be? You really need to see it. Cheer 100.
I keep
Mouse, did you
meaning
ever
to
watch that
it.
video of how the Big Eyes Pro Shop's pyramid came to be? You really need to see it.
Came to be?
Cheer 100.
Just still fucking
Thanks Kurt
double it.
Beltpants for gifting Pico_ a sub. Now Pico_ can never leave.
Okay, she didn't double up there, thank fuck. Thank you for gifting the sub, thank you! I keep meaning to watch where the Bass Pro Shop came from. I'm thinking maybe I'll just leave watching it until like, I'll watch it on stream. Maybe during subathon, or maybe if my streams pick up and I do it more than once a week. I was thinking. Yeah. I'm gonna get ads again! Ah! Well, not currently. You shouldn't get ads for another, like 40 minutes because I deleted those fuckers. They should be gone! Dead ads! Dead ads like dead ants. I watch on the stream and do a react. Yum yums. That's what I was thinking. Yum yums. I was like, this would be good content. I will learn with the rest of chat. You just like the fucking harassment. I know you little shits. Don't. You don't even give a shit about Bass Pro Shop. You just want to bully me with it. You don't even know shit about Bass Pro Shop, do you? You know nothing. You just want to rub it in. You just want to flapping ass cheeks at me. I've been there! That doesn't mean you know shit! I've been inside a KFC! That doesn't mean I know where KFC... Oh, it started KFC! Buttocks! Oh, yeah. By the way, guys, thank you for triggering Hype Train! Zalith! We will summon the panda. The trash panda. Where is she? Where is my trash panda, anyway? My lovely fucking leave my hair alone! I got my haircut fixed! Wait, did Xenos disappear again? Oh no, my fat head is in the way. Hang on. Ah! What did I do? Okay, it's fine. Wait! When the fuck did the banana come out? What? I took the audio tour. Oh, did you now? You get fancy. Yubble! I've walked the hallowed halls. You know what I've done? I've walked the hallowed halls of the fucking Church of Seafood, bitch. You don't know shit. I've been in the Church of Seafood. You don't know nothing. A true religious establishment, that one. You were bitten by a bat. Now you have the power to be a millionaire? Or does that only apply if you're Bruce Wayne? I wish I got bitten by the same bat as Bruce Wayne. I don't think I've ever been bitten by a bat. I just hear them outside every night, squeaking and carrying on. They're like, beep, 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 as they flap around with their blindness. Little clickers. The bald head really brings out your eyes. Really? I feel like the hair really complements my eyes, and I feel like that's a better option. Maybe that's just me, though. I'm not. Y'all just keep shaving me, and then it regrows because I have such fast hair.
I sure do love walks where I set nothing at all on fire. What do you mean there's fire in the direction I came from? Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. She's finally stopped doubling up. Praise the Lord, bejeebus. Thank you for the resub. Thank you. I keep fighting the urge, chat. I'm fighting the urge so bad. I'm bouncing a lot here because it makes the wings bounce and I like it. And it's very good ADHD stim. Yes. I was saying, I keep fighting the urge to show you guys the progress I've made on Killers. I haven't had much ability to work this week, sadly. I've been sleeping a lot. And when I've been awake, I've been busy with other stuff. But I'm fighting the urge to show off what I have got done because I can't export the model. Yeah. But I finally got to get started in on his hair and his ears, and I fixed up his mouth. Now he's more expressive, and I want to show it off, but I can't. So instead, I'm gonna pull out Bento and live through her instead. I don't think I've worn Bento since I finished her rig.
I am never gonna financially recover from this.
Thank you! Thank you guys for the hype train. I scratched the inside of my nose. Don't worry about it. It's not the same as picking. It's itchy. It's not the same. I'm just itchy, chat. I'm just itchy. Wait, are you streaming tomorrow? No, I am not. No, I am not. Currently planning to. Not currently planning to. If it happens, it was a spontaneous thing. Bounce wings go in! Now bounce, personalities go in! Or a mouse! The cat ate the mouse. We don't love Banter, alright? I'm so happy with how she came out. Look at these fingies. It's so expressive. I got to work lots of things with the thighs, and she moves a lot, and she turns so much. And I'm really proud of these bells. Look at them bells. Look how much they turn and shit. Look at that. Happy with them bells. Good bells. There's some good bells. Thank you for shouting out the SSB. If you haven't seen her before, please go check her out. I'm pretty sure you've all seen her before though, because she is amazing. Let's play. No, let's not play the Bass Pro Shop. Let's not do that. I feel like we could, not do that. I feel like that's a really good idea to not do that. Big fan of the eyes, right? They're super expressive too. It helps that she's got the really round eyes. Oh, fuck.
They
don't want to look at you, SSB. They don't want to see your cute
the pyramid
face.
by the river down in Memphis,
They'd rather
Tennessee.
look
Made
at
of glass and some
pyramids
brass. It'll knock you on your
and
ass. Make
ass
a damn jaw
cheeks.
drop.
And whoever the fuck this
It's a
guy
Bass
is.
Pro Shop. Duh. What you think it was? Doesn't
Thanks
every
very
city
much
have
for
a big ass
gifting
pyramid by the
the
mud? Yeah, some people
Now
wipe the
the
rides because they
option
think they're through on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop.
Did she
It's a
not say
Bass Pro
Bass
Shop.
Pro Shop? What did she call it? POV Shop.
You gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah,
Yes.
we're on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass, and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has them prophesize in all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city, non-stop party. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
I like
Thanks Kurt Belt
bounce.
Pants for gifting Sadweeks a sub. Now Sadweeks can never leave.
Thank you for gifting the sub, Kurt, and Varen as well for the POV shop, because no Bass Pro Shop exists as POV shop. She likes bounce, and you can tell because every VTuber she raids has really big eyes. Yes, big eyes, really big eyes. Like really big eyes, and like they look around and stuff. Huh? Them big eyes. Noted. Video Frost, how you doing? Don't thank me, thank the POV shop. It's not Pro Shop no more. It's POV shop. It's good. Oh yes, thank you for the hype train again.
Thanks Theft
I'm like really
44
groggy.
for gifting Big Bouncy Opiop a sub. Now Big Bouncy Opiop can never leave.
Big eyes. Big eyes, not big B-O-B-A. You talk big eyes. No one listens in this chat. SSB, is this bad for you? I feel like they're only listening to my personalities. Sorry, I'm living vicariously through you again. You just move so much. I want to go back into my own flesh soon. I'm so scared. Lizard. It's always that offbeat. It hits on the offbeat. It throws me off. Looking at what? I'm looking at you. Respectfully.
Thanks the Fool44 for gifting Personalio Piapa sub. Now Personalio Piapa can
personality
never
test.
leave.
That's not right, hang on! That's not this, no! No! Ah, four, no! The other good bit. And them, I'm so proud of them ties! Fancy. Look!
Thanks Kurt Beltpants for gifting Big Eyes a sub. Now Big Eyes can never leave.
Yes! I'm so proud of how they came up. You can tell my ADHD meds haven't kicked in yet because I'm like super distractorinoed. And your fingers. And them fingers. And the turning of frows. And the deep head turn. And she leaned this way. And she leaned that way. And we got this and that. And up and down. And the dog is looking at me weird. Are you a Dodo? Dodo? So Dodo pop up in the corner. Sorry for not staring at your chest. The face rig is still good. Too busy looking at that cute little cheeks. The safe for work cheeks, that is. I see SSB, but yeah, mouse prank up. Fine. I'll go back into my limiting flesh suit. I see how it is. Why is that being weird? I see what you guys want. I get it. Oh, no, it looks wrong. Hang on. Okay, there we go. Okay, hang on. Oh, fuck off! Give it back! I've been here for 2 seconds! At least let me have my curly locks! These bollocks. Wolfia! Get the Wolfia! Yes, ma'am! I have a violin in my head, but I need wolf ears. What I need. I'm having a hard time keeping my eyeballs open. Sup, gangsta? Hey, Flex, how you doing? How's it going? Hang on. I'm trying to find wolf ear. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, and W. Shut your yup, buddy. Whoever just wah-hard at me. Flex! Fuck you. Yeah. Oh. No, I'm not gonna use that phrase. I'll polish your head! Yeah, that's better. Okay. That's an improvement on what I was gonna say. Jesus, Christ. Thank God I've filtered hit me. Filtered. Wow, no time. I'm literally a half a second and already the cue ball is out. I'll polish your Bass Pro Shop. Hey, yo. Except you blind all the drivers as they go past. Should we go to the gaming squane? Oh, hang on a minute. I just realized something.
People in here thinking I don't see chat even though I ain't chatting. So
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud?
We broke something!
It's really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Okay, that's what I broke.
Let's learn some history. It took men, the Egyptians, like 1,000,000 centuries.
Oh, I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it.
What they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this bitch. Makes me want to shake my ass and it makes me want to fish. Yeah, it has been prophesized in all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city, non-stop party at the Pro Shop. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Party at the Pro Shop. Party at the shop. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop?
Right, you just wanted to look at that ass. You just wanted to look at that ass. I forgot to put my camera effects on, Chad. You didn't get the full effect. I didn't get to look all fancy like these. How disappointed are you? Oh, fuck off!
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass. Make your damn jaw drop. It's our Bass Pro Shop. What you think it was? Doesn't ever city have the big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people walk the rides because they think that they're on drugs. So really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Oh, shop.
Let's learn some history. The Egyptian.
Wait, you can cancel it partway through? What? Since when? I need to learn the way. I'm gonna start scamming the shit out of my chat. Hold up.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass. Make your damn jaw drop.
What's that?
It's our Bass Pro Shop.
You're not gonna get to
what you
see
think it
stealthy
was?
mouse
Doesn't
today
every city
because all
have the
you
big ass
get is
pyramid by the
Bass
mud?
Pro.
Yeah, some people walk the rides because they think that they're on drugs. So really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Bass Pro Shop.
Let's learn some history. It took men, the Egyptians, like a million centuries.
Million
Gotta finally make the
centuries.
pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we're cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna
Why are
bitch.
there
Yeah, that's the
aliens, by the
prophesize
way?
and all the
Why
hieroglyphics
Bass
is the
Pro Shop
bus.
got
And now it's time party at Bass Pro Shop. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Party at Bass Pro Shop. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? Party at Bass Pro Shop. I don't understand.
Oh, so what's with America's obsessions with saying aliens did everything? It's like, well, I'm too fucking stupid to figure out how to place rocks in the shape of a triangle, therefore aliens did it. Like, alright, buddy. Okay, buddy. You keep sniffing your toe lint. Yeah, you do that, bud. Right. Oh, so it's me. That's aliens because it's Bass Pro Shop, of course. Thanks, Anna. That's a very astute explanation. I feel so enlightened now. I'm like ascending. Literally. Look at me go. Wait, let me ascend real quick. Wait. I'm still going.
Not talking about rackets. I'm talking about balls.
Put them back at
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass. Make your damn jaw drop. It's our Bass Pro Shop. What you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people walk the rides because they think that they're on drugs. So really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Aliens also mean foreigners, I suppose, but like...
Egyptians like a million centuries. You gotta finally make the pyramids
Wait,
into
no,
what
they
they
mean
came to be, and now
aliens.
everybody
Come on
see
now.
what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we're cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna bitch. Some prophesizing and all the hieroglyphics. The Bug City non-stop party is a That's a big ass pyramid, man.
A lot of these fucking lyrics.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
What are you trying to get rebunded for? Huh? Scam!
Fortnite.
Didn't I make everyone's redeems? Oh, Fortnite. Oh, I'm shrinking. Hang on. I only wanted to scroll. I didn't want to shrink. I'm gonna have to get rid of this chromatic aberration. It's making me blurry. I'm fucking blurry. Oh. Let me fix. What? Color grading? Chromatic aberration. Maybe if I just lessen it a little bit, then I can still have fancy colors.
Killers uniting with a party of 22? How quaint. Welcome to the chaos. But don't think you will escape my froggy wrath. Prepare for madness and go down the shadows and
the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass. Make your damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. What you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs, but they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop. You and me, let's learn some history. It took me and the Egyptians like a million centuries. You gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we're cracking on this fish. Makes me wanna shake my ass in it, makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has the proper size.
I heard it in my dreams last night, Jack. It wasn't my fucking dreams.
That's a big ass pyramid, man.
I didn't dream about ass cheeks, green screen ass cheeks,
Why is it a
but Bass Pro Shop
I
song.
don't understand.
Oh my god. Killamus, that ginger wiggle emote is so cute! What the fuck? He's adorbs! And, Killamus, thank you for the raid! Alright, hang on. He's gonna hate me, but like, you can't be my child without having some level of hatred for me, so, this is his egg form currently. Egg! He's got a little bit more life to his egg. He has got hair now, but this is his egg. Why is it up in the corner like that? Mira.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh. No. Gillis, I'm making some changes to your design, by the way. Just little detailers. I'm adding because I felt like it, because fuck you, that's why. I felt like it. But the mouth movement is so good, right? I fixed up the mouth. Now the mouth tracks better. Now I can actually like... Wrong one. That one. Oh, he's all blushy. He's so embarrassed. Are you embarrassed? Are you embarrassed? What are you embarrassed? Embarrassed. Wow. Oh my god, chat. You know, all right. Who was here for the last stream? And I tried really hard to do a French accent, and I was like, oh, wow, what's speaking French? It was funny because I looked at my Twitch analytics afterwards, and like, I had like 10 viewers drop off specifically when I was pulling the French accent. I was like, damn, all right, I didn't realize I was that bad, but fuck. If you say so, I guess I won't do that again. Jesus. Talk about voting with your viewership. Fuck me. I was like, because I saw the analytics, I'm like, what's up with this random drop-off here? And I scrolled over to it and lined it up with the vote, and it's exactly where I was pulling the French accent. I was like, oh. That we hate the French meme is actually real. I thought it was just a meme. Never again will I be French. Oh, I'm down here. Oh, I'm blonde again. No blonde! Only black. We tolerate a lot of things, but never the French.
How ridiculous. Stealthy Mouse can't even manage her own life. She's not worthy of godhood. It's just an inflated ego. Bow down to the true Froggy Queen instead. Ribbit.
I shaved my head in preparation of godhood and everything. I was ready to be a Buddhistfa, or whatever you call it. Rude! Uncalled for! Also, I'm so excited for your new emote Catter is making, for the new emote Catter is making for me, like, beyond excited. Don't say what! Yes, sir! Yes, sir! If you say so. Shadow-san doesn't squeak! She broke again! Fuck, she's meant to be squeaking. Yes, sir. All right. Oh my god. Another thing, last night I was going through lots of really old AMVs, animated music videos that I used to watch when I was little. Just getting back into the creative juices of childhood, you know, in my teen years. And I pulled up one of the songs that I used to love and one of the AMVs I used to love, and I just listening to it. I'm gonna pull it up in a minute, but all I could think is like this would be fucking perfect song to animate Donald Trump to. Like I could do the best fucking troll meme Donald Trump animated music video to this. Holy fucking shit. Never return to no, you have no idea. It's so good. It's so good. Hang on, wait, I gotta pull Killers up before I get any more distracted. Killers. How was your stream altogether though, Killers? I didn't get to be there for very much of it. Killers. Alright. I show you the song, and I'm like, holy fuck, I can just picture like a memed out Donald Trump to this. Alright, I show you now. And I might up the volume a little bit, hang on. States is not an option. Go home and die. Trump's second season has arrived. He's knocking down buildings, he's placing tariffs, he's fucking going ape shit.
Erna? What a strange word. Did you just make that up? You must really be reaching for attention. Bow down to the Froggy Queen instead, and maybe I'll forgive your nonsense. Ribbit.
When the sound goes boom, gotta do, make a move, motherfucker. When the sound goes boom. You know he wants to blow something up. We all know it. We all fucking know it. He wants to blow something up. Sorry, I could just picture him do it. Like, yes. Yes. Callus is just like, bucka boom this. There must be a little motion. Wait a second, the changes aren't caught. Not entirely. Not entirely. I mostly what I wanted to change is I wanted to add a little bit more asymmetry to your design. I was going to add a dainty little chain on one of your front horns, and have it have a little charm at the end of it. I'm just deciding on what sort of charm I want on the end.
King_Big Chris with a party of 7. How delightful. Welcome to the chaos. Just remember, you're in Shadow Sand's realm now. Bow down, or prepare for froggy mischief. Enjoy the madness. Ribbit.
We're
When
fishing
the
again,
aliens come
Jet.
down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee.
Both
Made
are
of glass
probably
and some brass, it'll
equally
knock you on your ass.
Size
Make a
doesn't
damn
mean
jaw
anything when
drop.
you're stuck in mediocrity.
It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Go down to the Froggy Queen,
What you think
and
it
let's
was?
talk
Does
about
it never
something more
shitty have a
interesting.
big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people walk the
Doesn't matter,
rides because
they're
they think
both
they're on
mediocre.
drugs. It's a really
Alright,
at the
leave
best
Sid
place to
out
shop.
of this,
It's our Bass Pro
goddamn.
Shop.
Get your rods out, Chat. Definitely for fishing purposes.
You gotta
Get your
finally
rods
make the
out.
pyramids into what they came to
What they
be,
came
and
to
now
be,
everybody see
everybody
what we
sees
got. We
what
got
we
a
got.
Bass
Got
Pro
Bass
Shop.
Pro
Hell
Shop.
yeah, working cutting on this bitch makes me wanna shake my ass, and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has some proper size.
Please, how was stream? What you guys doing? Sorry, I'm opening the game in the background.
That's a big ass
I have my ADHD days, yes, I have that stuff.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't
Fancy
understand.
little chain on his front horn. Ain't that a fancy way to say cock ring? Please don't use chains on sensitive parts of your body. Found the Wablu. Please use proper materials for your cock rings, okay? Most people would use silicone, not a heavy metal that could pinch and tear the sensitive skin. I mean, if you're into that, that's on you, okay? Not here. Chat, fuck's sake! Alright, no one else can see those messages. Oh shit! I still remember the days where you could see an unallowed message even if you weren't a mod. Oh god, that means everyone else couldn't see it. It was just me and the mods. Now I'm completely out of fucking...
Don't out it, I just hear.
I forgot that the rest of chat can't see a message that's been flagged. I swear I didn't come up with that shit by myself, or Found the Wablu was talking shit. It wasn't realize I do it manually. I'm sorry, Jay. It wasn't on me. It's not on me. That's found the Wobblu. That is all. Anyway, King Ben Chris. Don't go. No, we're not talking about cock rings right now. We never did. Wow, stream. My wing gonna be in the way. Do I have to fold my wing? But I like flapping my wings. Oh. Maybe if I shrink myself down a little bit. Hold up. Oh, sorry. Fuck, you guys getting some serious burps today. Jesus. Find a new way to say it! Eggplant holder. No, that's a condom. Hang on. Eggplant ring? Maybe? Does that work? Are we happy with that one? I mean, I could be talking about a ring of cocks, you know, like a ring, like a fighting ring of roosters. You don't know. You don't know. Why is that fox got a receding hairline? Fuck is wrong. What? Okay, even if I allow it. A fairy ring of male roosters. There we go, that works. Male roosters. Yes. Also, check DMs. Oh shit, he's gonna be lambasting me in the fucking DMs. You wait, hang on. Yes, I'm going. I'm fucking going. It's so cute. I love the little wiggly emote of Cinder. Ah, she's adorable. She's fucking adorable. No, fuck you, Jet. I gotta have 3 stealthies. Yumba. You got me ×3. Wait, okay. I have a question. Okay. I got a question. I know that Twitch has always had a thing for a very long time now that if you have, I think, more than 3 streams up, it doesn't count you as a viewer in any of those streams. But what if you have 3 of the same streamer? Does it remove you completely still? Because you got 3 iterances of the same stream? Inquiring minds need to know. They must know. It's a good question. See, I ask the big brain questions in here. I'm big smart. Stand Good thing I'm still making soup and on mobile. Balls deep in Benadryl. Painkillers. Alright, everyone, chat. Cinder's got fleas. There's definitely fleas and not like a poisonous plant that's just rubbed up against. If you got fleas, we gotta get her some flea bath stuff and give her a scrubbing. Give her a good old scrub. You ever scrubbed a fox before? I feel like it's not gonna go very well. What does the fox say? Come out of this fucking bathtub! That's what she says. Uh-oh, unknown. Not sure, it bugged out my channel points though. Wait, what bugged out your channel points? I feel like a lot of things on Twitch have been bugged as fuck lately. They're clearly trying to update things in the back rooms and are just breaking shit instead. I have a feeling they're trying to use AI coding, just like Windows. No one update your Windows 11, please! Don't allow Windows 11 to update. It's been breaking heaps of people's computers, like straight up just killing them. And you can't even roll back because it's actually breaking, I can't remember what it's called, like the safe window, whatever you call it, to be able to roll back to a previous version. It's breaking that particular window. So don't update Windows 11 for a while. Sit on it. In order, fuck! It's been breaking keyboards and mice and people's SSDs. Why is you look like that? That was a bit weird. I need a flea bath! Get the flea. You're gonna have like a little monkey sit on your back and just pluck them and eat them. Good snack. It's good soup. You can have 4 up if it's one of the same streamers on mobile and 2 different ones on desktop. Okay, but what if they're all the same streamer? I need to know. We need to find baby streamer so that we can test the theory. About that, oh shit, Azura, you already fucked it up. Might be too late. I'm still Windows 10. I'm stubbornly sitting my ass on that Windows 10. I am not fucking updating. I am not updating because I've also seen Windows 11 is trying to force the AI, and they're also trying to force cloud uploads. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. I don't want my shit on the cloud. I want my shit on my local hard drive. Fuck off. Yeah. And also, I'm not making a Microsoft account. Bite me. You told me Windows 10 would be the last. Why is it not the last? It fixed my mic. I heard some people actually, maybe it fixed it for you because your mic happens to work with it, but apparently for some people it's caused, because it's like an AI autocorrect essentially for the mic, and for people that have the high quality mics, it's actually fucked them up. Why do I feel like, why is there a hole here? I was leaving you guys, I was titillating you guys with something, but I can't remember what. I was like, come back for the next episode on Stealthy Mouse to find out what this be. I think it was, hey, what happened to you? All right, you were never custom. I think it was the egg hatch. What's my next step? Who's the next gym leader? Anyone remember? I always forget after Lieutenant Surge. Also, I wiped the floor with Colas Calibus, by the way. Fuck, I wiped the floor with her. Mocked it right up. I think it was the egg. Was it the egg? Surely it wasn't the egg. Had to be something else. Was that a toilet? Yeah. Turnip is, yeah. Turnip is my represent. Fucking leave my hair alone! Give it back! Ender! I'll pull your twink ass out just a second. Yeah, and screw AI. It's like, have you seen how poorly optimized Windows 11 is too? Like, holy shit. Always ways to disable most of the telemetry and bullshit on Windows 10. You know what? This game is cursed. As soon as I open this game, I need to go take a shit. Ah, it truly is a time to be alive. Who was I pulling out? The twink. Lorb, lobster. Lobster. Where are you, lobster? There you are. At least Turnip is body trained, unlike the rest of you disgusting little plebeians. Too late for me, my PC won't go past BIOS. No! Fuck, Buddha! Does that mean you're stuck on mobile right now? Because, like, my partner bought this really beefy gaming laptop, and it used to run perfect before he made... I don't know why he decided to update to Windows 11. Like, I was just like, you shouldn't do it, and he did it anyway. And then as soon as he did, the whole fucking thing, like, it takes up 80% of the RAM is just Windows and it's random bullshit that it runs in the background. And I was like, well, you did this and now it doesn't run at all. And he's had to spend like days and days trying to de-bloat Windows 11. Bullshit. Oh, the fossil! Right, at least someone remembers. And Megan got that big brain though. Fossil. That's also why I left that spot open. Skip duo. Huh? Oh. I'm very excited about this Pokemon. Woo! Who wants to be this fucking thing? I'm gonna get my stream elements up. Oh no, the poor Pokemon is gotta be trash. No, I love him. He's definitely not gonna live his life out in the box. Exclamation mark ticket to be this fucking thing. The game is coffee for stealthy because I found out I have tested my test of my test because I was so stubborn about not wanting to give up coffee. I keep retrying drinking coffee, being like, oh, maybe it was just coincidence that I got sick after 3 days of drinking coffee. One coffee, not even a whole coffee. I have half strength coffees and I generally only drink half the coffee 3 days in a row and I start bleeding. I just can't have coffee anymore. I'm the sort of person that loves the smell of coffee. I was a barista before I got sick And I can't have coffee anymore. It makes me bleed. It makes me straight up stop bleeding. And like, I just can't. I can't have coffee anymore. I'm so upset about it. I'm trying matcha because I do need something to pick up my energy midway through the day, because otherwise I crash and burn really hard. So I'm trying matcha right now because like it's got tannins and other shit that's meant to be anti-inflammatory. I'm like, maybe I can do matcha. Even if it's more expensive, it'll still be a caffeine hit, and it's not like a carbonated beverage like Red Bull or something that will actually like burn my insides. We'll try this. So we're on a matcha attempt right now. Day 2 of matcha will be today. Time to embrace tea. I can kind of do tea, but there's not enough caffeine in normal tea, so I'm trying matcha because it's meant to be slightly more caffeinated but less acidic. The acidity that I think might be the problem. Can you tell I just keep fucking bobbing in my spot? I fucking love these wing flappies. I have a problem. I might have a problem. Was playing a game, then it went to black screen and no response for 15. Whoa. Restarted the PC to buy as it at work. Oh god. Fuck, you're screwed, bro. I don't even know how you get, like, once you get to that point, how do you fix it? How? Like, how do you fix that? What about tea? I found that tea still agitates me, at least the teas that I enjoy the flavor of.
Flabby underscore
maybe the
mouse.
acidity, I'm not sure.
Flabby underscore mouse. Flabby underscore mouse. Cheer 100. Flabby underscore mouse.
Oh, fuck,
Flabby
what
underscore
the fuck?
mouse.
Double ups! You
Flabby
didn't double up
underscore
on anyone
mouse.
else earlier!
Flabby underscore mouse.
You're a
Cheer
little hoe!
100.
She's a slut for the fool. She's a fool for the fool. Admitting you have a problem is the first step in recovery. Gee, thanks, Devilblade. Appreciate the pep talk. Yes, that is literally me, Katarine. I'm just death. No! I forgot to do the... Fuck me drunk. Okay, this is the second time I've done this. I forgot to actually draw. Okay, I'm just gonna do random number generator. I ended the draw without pulling one of the names. Random number generator, save me from myself. Max number of 4 because there was 4 entrants. Generate. Number 3, and number 3 was first gamble. I'm so fucking... Someone save me from myself. If you're having bad reaction to coffee, it might be the body panicking with the extra cortisol, or possibly of the allowed amounts of ground bucks in the ground coffee bags. I make my coffee at home, like a proper coffee machine, proper coffee grounds and coffee machine and all that shit, and steamed milk. I'm pretty certain it's the acidity, because I've also found out recently that I cannot do tomatoes. I just can't do tomatoes. They also make me bleed. There's blood everywhere, chat. I was gonna... Like a period, but from my butthole. Alright. I decided the filter wasn't worth it. I was gonna say it anyway. I'm sorry. This is a stealthy mouse stream. You should expect this. What's the bear? I don't know yet. Let's find out what he looks like. Shark Week! But from me bum! I have no self-control. Justin, mouse is a pull-out game. Or get a hold of the caffeine powder and can make anything caffeinated. I did think about the caffeine powder thing, but knowing my dumb ADHD ass, I would overdose myself. Gamble, at least you're kind of cute. You have a cute little hat. I'll give you that. What other sprites you got, though? Nothing. Less than 1 week, mouse. Hold the line. Wait. Are we talking about Bob? Your spoon is too big and your anus is bleeding. Someone help her. Remember, the benefit of being a father is having wisdom. Oh, damn it! Do we have baby incoming? Oh god, did you? Blitz, you did not just clip me. I'm censoring myself. the La Vesta. I've only gone up against a Volcarona at one point. I think it was a Volcarona. I haven't found any. I've hair stuck to my fucking hand. It'll be fun right down to down. It'll be fun. Ah, I can't read. Hello, I'm having a stroke. Byko just hit and follow like, all right, I'm here for the bleeding butthole. Oh, for the love of God and all that is holy, her anus is bleeding. That's one of those adult animations all over again. Just crudely animated blood all over the place. She's bleeding! I mean, it'll be a fun ride to down 600 milligrams of caffeine. My heart would literally explode. I might have ADHD, but caffeine either makes me really sleepy and I go to bed, or at half an ounce of coffee, you have me fucking climbing the ceiling and you're having to peel me off with a fucking broomstick. There is no in between. Also, I'm probably like vibrating really, really violently. You could... No, I'm not gonna. Filtered. Filtered. So look into green beans. Green beans? Lightly caffeinated, but not the acidity due to the age. Ah, maybe I'll look into that. Streaking in public, let's go! 3 days of streaking in public. How have you not been, like, locked up yet? Alright, sorry, Gamble, you're in the box. Who am I? I can't remember what the next gym is. Is the next gym Grass Gym? I have the memory of a goldfish. La la la. I could whip it into an MP3 if you wanted to. No, I'm good. I'm good, but I'm good. Someone who works at Starbucks. I'm helping! Yay! Boss Farm! Yes, sir, Xenos. I can't. Someone! No, everyone's ignoring my question. Chat, help the fucking stupid for a minute, okay? What gym's next? After Lieutenant Surge. Which type gym next, yeah? Is it grass? Are we gonna go attack King Prawn? Are we gonna go eat ass? Eat grass? It is grass. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, little hamster. What was I doing? I was pulling out Xenos, that's right. Whip him out. Yes. Oh shit, who's he sitting on? I'll sit on Tyler. Hold the line, the Jingle Rocket curves next. Oh god, we must hold the line and protect ourselves from the winter witch. You look crit. Somber tale of wanting her love. Let's keep her frozen this year, shall we? I don't want that shit, please, thank. All right, who are we gonna throw in the team? I might throw Omega in for the poison, but a lot of the grass types are poison type as well, so... I don't want to bring Mila back in, but he's water type as well, so I suppose we can't do Mila. Ha 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 ha! Sorry, Mila. Hiya. All right, I'm thinking Omega Link. A minute, we'll put you in for now. I don't know. Yay! Psychic. No, Psychic I know is later because that's in the closed off city. Why am I still dressed as a maid? Did you randomize the gyms? I didn't randomize the types. They are still the same type. It's just their Pokemon that are randomized. I don't have coffee either, but for a completely different reason. The caffeine will fuck with my meds and will cause bad things. Oh god, you got med interactions. Ooh. I'm worried because like, I'm taking a supplement that messes with my iron absorption, but also matcha is meant to mess with iron absorption as well. So I'm kind of worried that I might have fucked up my anemia, but I get the results from my blood test in 2 days, so find out then, I guess. What is Turnip? Leave Turnip alone, alright? He's doing his best. Who's getting balls? Me! Time for a sex change, yippee! I actually gotta go for that poop break in a minute, but I don't want to. I don't want to poo! You can't make me! I missed the ladder like a fucking idiot! 99% sure there's an old meme, or was it an AMV hell? Ah, come back, I was trying to read that. Just had the line, my anus is bleeding! I think it was an old meme. Alright, I know, I gotta give up. I gotta give up, chat. I officially gotta give up. We're going for bathroom break. I'll be right back. Things are getting very adamant that I must go. Quick BRB. I don't know about enlightening you, but I certainly did enlighten myself. Oh my god, I had such a bad... I swear, there's so much poop this week, man. You wanna know what's happened this fucking week? Okay, so like, let's say, well, poo and pee. Let's say 2 days after last week's stream, I was laying on my bed cuddling me dog, and he just pissed himself. Just pissed himself. I was like, what is that warm sensation trickling up my arm? That's piss! What the fuck? It was on my bed! I just jump up so fast and try to collect the blankets before it soaked through to the mattress. I was like, what the fuck? He's getting old, he's pissing himself. He was asleep. So I like had to clean that up. And then the next day, I was patting my cat and he was like making muffins on my lap. Yep. And then he left. and then I relaxed for a little bit, and then I rested my hands in my lap, and I went, "No, what the fuck is that warm thing?" Little poop nugget on my lap. Cat had shat on my lap. A singular poop nugget on my lap. What's that? My cat just shat on my lap. I had to clean that up. That was the day after my dog had peed on the bed. I was like, for fuck's sake, I had to clean all that too, my clothes and everything, and have a shower because that's nasty. And then 2 days after that, woke up first thing in the morning, was trotting around, getting ready for brekkie, and my partner goes, "What's that on the dog's bum?" Grab the dog and I look at his bum. He's got poop smear on his bum cheeks and his tail. I was like, what the fuck? I had to drag him outside to clean his ass. That shit stank. And then I went back into the room, my bedroom, to check for blankies, and at some point he had smeared the poopies on my blankies. I had been sleeping in poopy blankies. I don't know how long. I don't know when it happened, but it happened at some point. Night before I got up. I was like, how long was I sleeping amongst shit? It's been a bad week, man. It's been a really bad week. It's been a rough week. For us, so much dookie and wee, man. This is not what having the pets is supposed to be like once they get past like babyhood. They're supposed to grow out of this stuff, not get worse. Bruh, man. And now, like, every time Flint is dreaming, I watch him like a hawk. I'm like, are you gonna piss yourself? Are you pissing yourself? Are you gonna piss yourself? And every time the cat leaves my lap, I'm like fucking sniffing, like, is there any shit here? It has triggered so much paranoia, man. It's meant to be dingleberries when it gets stuck in the hair, yeah, but this was just smear. It wasn't a ball stuck to the dog's hair, it was just a smear. Like he like, I'm willing to bet the reason why Flint ended up with a smear poopy mark was because he was in a hurry to run back inside to get the second part of his breakfast, and so he jumped up before he had finished his shit and got it smeared all over his tail that then got smeared on his butt, or vice versa. And then he sat on my bed because I'm normally the last one to get up. And then he sat on my bed with his fucking shitty ass cheeks. I'm willing to bet. I love my pets, but sometimes I'm like, I could put you in a home. I could really put you in a home right now. I could do it. Oh, that's right. I was gonna go back and do those missions before I go any further. He put the fear of shit. Oh, damn straight he did. They both have. And the cat already had a previous issue with spraying on things, so I'm already cautious of cat pee. Now I gotta be cautious of dog pee, and both of their pee about. This is, get pets, they said. It'd be good for your mental health, they said. No, it fucking ain't. He's just showing his affection by marking everywhere. Plays it safe against divers for him. I'm worried that Flint is going to eventually lose his continence when it comes to urine. And he probably will end up being one of those doggies in nappies. Ah, and a boop. And give me the ball. Is it Waterstone? The hotel, that's right. Sticks to just one hamster. I mean, a hamster could still shit on you, but at least it's like a manageable size. You, child! Ooh, he gave me balls. Oh my. Oh, right, I need normal types to fight you. I mean, I have a couple of normal. Do I have one or two? How many normal types do I have? I got you. Who else do I have? If he just gives me a Snorlax outfit, I'm gonna flip my lip. That's a God bless her, but brought me a very alive... I've only ever had one situation of a live mouse being brought to me. That's when we were living next to someone who was building... Oops, this is not where I want to be. Someone who was building their house. And so they were like nesting in that house that had been essentially abandoned, halfway built. Yeah, it was interesting. Neither of the pets knew what to do about it. Oh my God, am I gonna fight with Turnip? I don't know what level this dude's gonna be. You there for now. That's a Turnip for the minute. Oh, know what I want to do. Switch. Alright, hang on. Am I allowed to have normal... Get out of the fuck away. Normal mixes to fight this dude? Yeah, still poos and peeps burly on the hands. Just the hands. Oh my God, have you guys ever had a frog piss on you before? It's the most traumatic thing in my life. Okay, so they can be mixed. I've only got 2 normals though. I'll level Turnip up a little bit first, and then I'll fuck with him. Yes, I have. It's the weirdest. It's just fucking projectiles. Like, psst, and it's so much too. It's like, how long you been holding that in, buddy? That was as much pee as you are large. Like, where were you hiding this volume? Dude, I don't understand. Where'd it come from? I mean, this is probably not the best combo, but... Alright, Dragon Rage, huh? Fucking Zwyron. Sure glad a Mega Link just coincidentally had more than 40 HP. Hey, Turnip. Hey, Turnip. No, you're not learning Encore. Fuck off. Oh wait, I get a bike thing now. It was interesting. Also, their poos are like as big as them as well. I get more normal types. Wasn't it just these 2? I swear it was just these 2 normal types. The one in the box. All right, this guy can get me a bike. Bicycle! Yay! Where's my registered stuff? Bicycle. Oh, I can ride it in the house. Let's go! Sorry, I'm distracted. What? What was it doing? I get distracted. All right, I was gonna check if I had any other normal types. I'm pretty certain it was just these guys. Oh, it was you. I didn't want to be bothered with you. Yeah, they're the only other normal type. I didn't want to be bothered with the electric bear. I want to spam points, but I want a Shadow Frog. Once I can pick up more streams, I intend to work on that more and Chato-san's model. Oh, hello again, Zwyron. Fuck, you're sturdy, buddy. At least you don't have to deal with a wild Virginian stink weasel, bro. What? You know what? Fuck it. I'm not counting this. If I die, I don't count it because I just want to see what he got. I don't even know what level he is. If he's going to be a difficult trainer or if he's like a pussy. Are you a pussy? Let's find out. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, I keep burning! Has been storing up beast for 3 days, just for the moment that you put it on your hand, and then it pisses. How it shows its appreciation. I can't stay for long today, so someone have double the fun in my stead. Okay, that's right. I hope your computer gets fixed. Good luck. Okay, let's try this. I got a hairball in my throat. What has this guy got? Very blue eyes is what he's got. Wait, why the fuck does he have my eyes? Did I accidentally... Alright, level 21. Normal in water. When I feel like this guy is built like a fucking tank. Ow, it's cause he is. This is bullshit, bro. Why are you built like that? How many Pokemon does this dude even have? Oh! What does Chip Away do? Not Chip Away, Reversal do again? Nope. All that attack that becomes more effective the less HP. Oh. Oh. Ouch. Once more! If he has a full team, I might cry. 11. Garbring. Gabring? He has 4 and you bought 2. Wonderful! Oh, look at that. Beautiful. This is what potions are for. Oh, he's got fucking dragon rage! Oh, beautiful! How many PP does dragon, for fuck's sake, even takedown hurts? Fuck this guy, man. Everything hurts me. I'm a pussy, bro. Just healing. Let me heal. And I know he's gonna be faster than me no matter what I do. Anyway. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, all my potions are gone. Only super potion left. Oh, you septic sads. Stall tactics. If it works, it fucking works, mate. I think his Dragon Rage is gone. I gotta refamiliarize with what you've got. 60-60, but are you a special or a physical? You are a physical. Go figure. That one. Yeah, fucking figures. Fuck you in your sandstorm, buddy. Hey, you hurt yourself. Bite me. He keeps missing. Hey, hey, hey! I'm still alive! I'm alive! That's not... Fiorona? Why the fuck do you have fully evolved Pokemon? This is not fair. This is not fair! Ow, ow, ow! Oh, my attacks ain't doing shit, but... Catherine, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position. Don't get too comfortable. You may end up dead. Can't see because my fat wings are in the way. I don't want to waste a super potion at that current level. Go reversal. Ow! No! No! Okay, thank you. Thank you! Who's learning Fury Swipes? You are. do I have... I have a pickaxe now, so I don't need to keep rock smash. Orisi. Sure wish I... Orikorio... Blissy. Okay. I fucking love Fiona! What a nerd! Oh, I'm gonna be weak against you because you're electric. Ooh, yucky! Oh, Internet's only level 14. He's fucking useless. Oh. Oh boy! Okay. Oh, why are we bass promo shot right now?
All they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass. It'll knock you on your ass. Make your damn jaw drop.
What's that?
It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh.
You didn't even get to witness his death.
Doesn't ever shit. He have a big ass pyramid by the mud. Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. So really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Let's learn some history. Antic men, the Egyptians like a million centuries.
Yeah, to finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah,
Hell
we're
yeah.
cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass, and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has them prophesizing all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop party at Bass Pro Shop. Damn. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Party at Bass Pro Shop. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? Party at Bass Pro Shop. I don't understand.
Damn straight, I beat you at your mastery. Stall tactics will win every time. I've got more money than you. I just wasted my potions. Oh. Is that a dead ferret around my neck? What the fuck? Bert. I'm just wearing a dead ferret, bruh. Did I go back to the Pikachu onesie? Yeah, hell yeah. I'm gonna change my hat. Okay, I wanna change my hat. Where's my Pikachu hat? Where's my Pikachu? Oh, there it is. Nice. All right, I'm ready to go. Like a Sentra's tower. We killed it! He's dead. What do we get? What the fuck? Oh, that's for trade evolutions. Well, I think that's what it is, right? A link cord, surely. That's trade evolution stuff. Cable exceeding a mysterious energy. It's loved by a certain... Okay, so it has to be the trade evolution stuff. Nice. I never got to do trade evolutions because none of my friends were geeks like me. And my sister had her own geek friends, so instead of trading with me, she would trade with her geek friends, and then I wouldn't get to trade, and it wasn't fair. So I never got to have a Gengar or a Skizor or nothing. Bad life. Exotic. Inky? Oh, you got the EXP share. Give me that back, Turner. Gimme. I don't want Mila back in circulation. Fuck, choking. Too much whining. Choking on my own whining. La la la. How close are you? Oh, no. I want to see how far you are from hatching. Do it a little bits to go. Sounds like it wasn't a skill issue. All my friends were just not geeks. It's sad. Or if they did play games, it was fucking dress-up games. And I'm like, that's not what I want to play. I want to play you stupid dress-up fucking game. Wait, but how rich were you, buddy? I was a broke bitch. And my mum was a broke bitch, and the family was a broke bitch. It was a miracle that she even bought us video games in the first place. Girl would go without clothes. She'd be wearing the most holiest of fucking clothes you've ever seen in your life so that we could have our games. I love my mom, even if she's cursed and blessed. I did train link cable with a friend like a week ago. I even have the fucking... You know what pisses me off the most as well? I was the one who put the Game Boy Advance SP link cable on my Christmas list. So I sacrificed one present to get the link cable, and then my fuck-ass sister took it and would only use it with her friends, and she would never trade with me. I was fucking mad. Big sisters suck. They suck. I get something in chat, I'll be looking good. My child be screaming, hell yeah. Screaming children, the best. As if you're gonna whine, at least give me a second to get the cheese. You're gonna whine and dine me, huh? Okay, how many eggs does she want? Why does she not specify? A few more does not help me. It's over here. Oh, she's on crack. I think there's an egg around here, isn't there? I think there was before. Yes! Yes! Yeah! I got an egg! Alright, I don't know what egg it is, but it is egg. Also, item. Item? Destiny knot? Is that a fridge? No. Let's head upstairs. A lax incense. Is that... Did I just walk into the breeding room? 2 beds and a lax incense? Oh, buddy. Wait, I need to check what my egg is. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Oh, it's a togepi! Props to your mama, right? Bestest mama. $30 each for the games and $50 each for the 2 Game Boy Pockets. I had the Game Boy Advance SP. Was my first gaming system. At least you took the genetic assets from her mouse. Right? I got the fucking lucky roulette. I also got the autoimmune disease, but that's beside the point. 2 eggs in circulation. I hate that they auto slide up like that. Get back down there. Enough to make an omelette. You can make an omelette with a singular egg if you're not picky. Also helps to have grandparents who are like, here's birthday gift, and then here's Christmas gift, and here's this gift and that gift. Gifty, 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 gifty. Sorry, I'm playing the game by looking at OBS, so I'm getting like delay. It's because I'm too busy staring into beautiful chat's eyes. That was that dude. In my life have I seen Destiny not successfully used? Isn't that like if you die, it kills your opponent too? That's right, I had to go collect the rest of his shit. Oh god. What does he give me when I can't remember what he gives me when I collect everything, so I'm just gonna go collect his items and hope he gives me a good bang in return. Oh, bugger off with your poison, Calamus! Don't look! Well, look at you, miss. I get to have a backlight and play in the dark. Yeah! I like a fancy light. And also because it could be closed, I could hide it in the bed. Mommy would never know. Fuck you and your poison gas. Don't miss some days where you had to have a light on to see what you were doing. I did also have like, it was called a Pokemon Mini? I think it was. It's like a little pocket game. It was tiny, tiny, tiny. And you could have like Pokemon card games and shit on it. And different little arcade type games. And it didn't have the backlight on that one. It was cool. But it was really fun. I remember that. It was so fun. I loved that. I loved playing the a lot of the different card games on it. Need healing. And poison. Wait, why am I going that way? I go this way. You want pink flower stuff? Oh fuck! Oh wait, no! My poison buddy's up front. Hang on. Hey, wait. I can't get this guy because I've already bought. I've already caught a Pokemon on this route. I can't have it, even if it's cute as fuck. It's so sad. I've pulled Perish Song a few times. As long as they don't switch out, you just gotta be good with it. I remember, I think it was Pokemon Emerald. I really liked Absol, and I had Absol and Ninetales I really liked. And I pulled off a few Perish Songs and like Destiny Knots combos. Where's the exit? There it is. Oh, get out of the grass, get out. Why am I stuck? Okay. All right, let's go heal. Ah, yes, they're playing every time Mum drive past a street light. If you dare turn the light on inside the car, that's illegal! Sure, I won't die. Oh. What did they do to my boy? What the fuck happened to you? Buddy, are you okay? It took his hands! Replaced him for balls! Put him out of his misery. Well, it got Z. Oh. Yo, he's throbbing! He's a fucking throbber. Ow. Oh, he's not psychic type like I thought he was. Oh, it's a war of attrition. He's blue balls. He's in so much pain. He's always sad, right? Like, how does this creature be cute? Why do people consider that creature cute? He's just in pain, non-stop. All right, I got your planks. Why you still have... Oh, whatever. All right, I want some berries real quick. I know there's some berries over here. Berries! Whoop, 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 whoop. Berries! Yes, okay. Pretty certain it was just those guys. Oh, there's a ball over there. What? What's that? Why is there a ball there? The fuck? What's that? I have to buy some more potions while I'm here. Maybe it's sad that it was one of the emeralds that grew. Not no more, no, you only got the balls. Great ball. Ooh, not that many. All right. Back this way again. Talk to old Gramps. I don't really want the Oricorio, but I don't like having quests open, so I'm gonna go talk to him anyway. Like the pink flower, get the red flowers. Off to get the red! I'll be back! To the red! Oh, This guy. Oh, wait, I don't have to fight him. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, this guy's not gonna know what hit him. Red flowers. Oh, and mulberry. Ah, fuck. Did Mouse ever visit Hidden Garden on Route 1? Yes, I did. That's where I got... Xenos. Where I got Xenos. Oh, 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 oh. And how I ended up merging Warfia to Rockruff and then promptly killed both of them. Yippee. Alright, back to the old man. Oh, too far. Oh, thank you for the berry. I like the design of the red one the most. Other side of Mount Moon, you say? God, you fucking slave driver, I tell ya. I prefer the purple one. No, you're wrong. The red one's the better one. Fix your opinion. Draco. Kill the Draco. Oh, it's disabled, my bad. Have I given the EXP share to anyone? I don't think I have. No, I didn't. Not like there's anyone that really needs it. Put it on me keg, I guess. Ah! Dork can have the amulet coin for now. Da 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 da. Alright. Have I done everyone in here? The only one I hadn't done was you. The boot. The man that wanted the boot because I couldn't pick up anything, let alone a fucking boot. Should I try again? You. Yay! Rocky helmet! Cool, I guess. Yay! Finally we got an egg! Woo! Let's go! Venipede! I fucking love Venipede. Who wants to be another Venipede? Who wants to be Venipede the second? Keep in mind that if you are a singular Pokemon like this, then you get the lion's pick of any other egg Pokemon that I hatch. You get lion's pick. So if I hatch the Togepi and you want the Togepi, you get that. If I hatch, I don't know, a fucking Trubbish and you want that, you get that. Join me balls! Exclamation mark ticket to get in me balls. I gotta take my hoodie off. I'm starting to sweat. Oh, it's that mouse who called me sweetie. I got a question for you. Yes, yes, Paw Satan. What's the question? Get out of this fucking sweaty ass. Oh, my glasses fell off. I'm blind, shut. Not really. That's just astigmatism. Oh, now I'm cold. I can never fucking win. Oh, sorry, almost knocked shit over. If straight men say I got hoes, do gay men say I got shovels? Let me think. A woman being a hoe is suppose if the hoe is the one with the pick. Post hole digger? I got post hole diggers. It's got the hole in it? I don't fucking know. I mean, I got spades. I feel like that rolls off the tongue better. I got spades instead of shovels. I got hoes, I got spades. Let's be monsters together. Join us. Become the little creature you want to be. Just spitting. Thanks. All right, closing this. I'm off to get food. I'll be back in a sec. What are you getting? You have to tell me what you eat, otherwise it doesn't count. The vitamins and minerals don't count unless you tell me what you ate. All right, got Northy Wind. Welcome to the family, Northy. I really want to try an experiment, but I don't know if I can like organize all the chat to do it at the same time. I want to test if, because like some people were bouncing the theory that the reason why a lot of people view count have gone down is similar to YouTube, where now Twitch is blocking not counting views of people that use ad blocker. I was trying to figure out if there was a way that I could test that where I could get literally everyone in chat to activate and or deactivate their ad blocker. Like everyone puts their ad blocker on at once and then like we'll stream for like 10 minutes with the ad blockers on and then like 10 minutes with the ad blockers off just to like test if it is specifically the ad blockers causing the problem. But like, there's a lot of people coordinate. Turning ad blockers off, like it's equivalent of just promising yourself you're gonna catch herpes when it comes. You cannot peruse the internet without a fucking ad blocker. You will catch herpes. I use Turbo. I feel like that'd count as a non-ad blocked. Bang. Doesn't have it. I mean, I have an ad blocker, but not one for Twitch. I've got one that blocks YouTube and like other sites, but it doesn't block Twitch ads. You have more than 2. I thought it was like 3. If you have more than 3 streams open. Is it tabs specifically though, or streams? Because I always have like 300 fucking tabs open. I'm an artist with like a gazillion different references up and ideas up at any one time. If you look for too long due to Chatterino. There's lots of theories rolling around at the moment. It's frustrating because Twitch is never transparent about it, and they can't be because then the bots will know how to work around it. I'm trying to figure out. I don't like the one that you can see the belly. I don't like the belly one. I like this one. You got an attitude. Chicken! I'm getting your chicken! Is it grilled chicken, fried chicken, seasoned chicken, chicken on a stick, chicken in bread, stuffed chicken, turducken? Boop. Alright, we got that one. We got one more egg to hatch. Look at you, you're a little girl! Alright, I'll heal first. What was I about to do before I got sidetracked? I was gonna go get blue flowers, that's right. Blue flowers! Are there any flowers around here, or do I have to go all the way back to the town? I don't want to go back to the town! Fuck! Okay then. Rightio. Big yellow oi! Is that what you want, the big? Hang on. Hang on. Wait, what am I doing? Ancient power? I will go swap your eyes. Give me a second. Come on. That lag be getting you. Wait, hold on. They're all big yellow eyes. They're all big yellow eyes. You got Downy, Sidey, Uppy, Sidey, Downy. Get more than 2 strums up. It does that after Mega came out and said something people started testing. Yep, Twitch fucking everyone. I hate them so much. Nope. No point. No point. What are we doing? The one you had? Oh, so the one I already had. Awesome. We got the same brain cell. I love it when that happens. Just like when the raid came in and I was just like, I can't even remember what I said, but same brain cell and Bass Pro Shop played. It was perfect. It was a beautiful moment indeed. I cried a little bit. I got a bit emotional. Flex and I were perfectly in sync. So that's not the flower I want. Get out of the way, lady. I'm on the... Oh, there we go. Blue nectar, finally. Now I gotta go all the way back. So much pain. The attitude. The dude with the dude. I love it. Bless you. Thank you. My soul just trying to get out what little I have left of it. Oh! Okay. La 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 la. I just remembered I heard a sippy sippy. Hold on. I drink. Oh, that's good shit. Alright. Get me old rod out. Oh shit, I'm in high speed. I can't really do this very well in high speed. Alright, give me the boot. Boot. Oh, it's not a boot. Oh shit, don't. Please let me just run. Oh, thank fuck. I just want a boot, man! No, not a pearl! A boot! Ah! Oh! Fuck! Hey, there's actually some variation in the wild Pokemon here. Normally I only catch Magikarp, which means only one randomized Pokemon, but there's a few different options here by the looks of it. Fuck! Yep, fucking bite! Ah! No, I like you, Pepperfoot. Begone, thought. Don't tell me I have to get his boot from a different location from where I used to get it, because that'd be a pain in my ass. Oh, come off it! I hate it when it ends the sequence super early and it's like, oh, not even a nibble. It's like, because you didn't try, you lazy bitch. Oh. Alright, give up. I give up. I ain't dealing with this shit. Fuck his boot. He can stay at the bottom of the ocean for all I care. I'm going to visit the old man with his nectar. Which way to the old man again? This way. What direction am I supposed to go after this? I'm legitimately forgetting. We'll just consult the map. Map. Well, I'm off into only whoop at the minute. I'm confused. Whatever, I'll go do this first. The one thing at a time, Stealthy. You do not have the mental faculties to do more than one thing at a time. You do not. So don't even try, you foolish god. Alright, let's give him this. Now. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, I just got violated, damn! A chin, oh god. Okay. Wait, what's that? Jask? Ninjask. I'm having a really bad roll of the Pokemon. What happened to all the legendaries I got in that one run, huh? What happened to that? Instead I'm just getting violated by bugs. Anyone want to be a Chinjask? Anyone at all? I just tested it out and it's counting me even though I got ad block on. So it's... Is it... That mean it's just if you haven't chatted in a long time? Not at all! Of course Blitz wants to be the bug. Of course. Bouncy, 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 bouncy. See, if I had actual titty jiggle physics, this would probably be TOS, but instead it's wings, so it's okay. Bouncy, 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 bounce. Getting dizzy doing that. Lurking issue for sure. I see. Fuck with chicken. What type of chicken you got? Is it battered chicken, fried chicken, seasoned chicken, boiled chicken, chicken on toast? Is it fried chicken, chicken with paprika, southern fried chicken? What we got? One guess who's got this one? Wow. Blitz, welcome. A little bug in my ear. Get it up, Basie. I'll go take a look at you in a second. He just didn't want to have to deal with the Orikorio. He was like, oh, thank fuck for that. Alright, let's take a look at your face. Red! That's what happens when you're the only boy in the race. Alright, where's your ugly face? Where you at? There you are. Oh, okay, so you're kind of actually alright looking. Alright, fine. I'll give you points for not being ugly. Well, that's the only sprite you got. Boiled chicken? Yeah, I was forced to eat boiled chicken and rice for a really long time when I was, my ulcerative colitis was at its worst. All I was eating was boiled chicken, plain white rice, and a little bit of avocado. That was my meal, breakfast, lunch, and dinner for like 8 months. Yummy. No seasoning, no salt, no nothing. I live in Texas. Fried chicken! Racy as fuck. Oh, no. I don't want to move. Fuck! I wanted to look at you. Oh, he's gonna hatch soon too. Oh, hey, Blitz, it's the blue beetle. Uncle Drunk, you don't even know rigging if it looked you in the face. What the hell? That one looks sick, right? Actually, looks alright, surprisingly. Wibble! How you doing? Hey, slow down, too fast. Hey! I'm gonna smash into the glass for the 3rd time in your life. Deer in headlights. Fuck! Get the... Vermilion was where I was at, right? Yeah, okay. Where do I go from there? Go back up here and... Yeah. Come on. Yeah, I'm gonna go up there. Right. Okay, I got this, big brain. Let's go. If only I was hideous, then you wouldn't be loved, and your body wouldn't be worshipped. Brother, I looked rigged in the face whenever I look in the mirror. What the hell is that supposed to mean, huh? I'm right, just cleaning the laundry room so I can deal with work clothing. Yummy. Hate doing laundry. I just forget to like, take the laundry out, and then it's gonna mildewy smell, and then the machine also smells mildewy, so first you gotta clean the machine and then re-clean the clothes, and sometimes you have to re-clean the clothes twice because the mildew just like soaks into the clothing smell. Life is tough. A difficult life I live. The real struggle, chat. Real struggle. You wouldn't understand my struggles. Tough life. I'm so sad that when I turn sideways, the Pikachu tail disappears. Imagine driving down the road, come across a deer staring into your headlights, and its eyes are as black as yours. No one would believe you. Togepi! 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 Alrighty. Who's gonna be the Pigatoad? Oh, wait. First, hang on. Wait, who was my Scolipede? That was Northy Wind, right? Northy, do you want to be merged with Togepi, yea or nay? Northy Wind, are you there? Northy! Hey! Northy! Hey! Northy! Hey! Listen! Hey! Northy! Hey! Northy! Hey! Northy! Hey! Listen! Hey! Not you, Flint. He's getting cranky at me. Where'd my fusion thing go? The fuck, I had it bookmarked! Where'd you go? It's fucking gone, you bastard! Bollocks! Hey, yes! Oh, there you are. do you want the Togepi? Do you want to be merged with the Togepi? My fusion's checker. The one that the up-to-date one, it disappeared off of my bookmarks and the old one is on here for some reason. Where the fuck? Oh, wait. Is that it? Oh, found it. Okay. Oh. What's the baby Scolipede called? I can't remember. Togepi? What's baby Scolipede called? I don't remember what baby Scolipede is called. Venipede. No. Oh, Jesus. Okay, hang on. There we go. All right. Northy, if you merge with Togepi, this will be you. Fuck, weak as piss, dude. Buh. It'd have to be fairy poison, because I ain't doing this. Hell no. We are not doing bug fairy. What happens when we... Oh, you're so cute. Ew. Yeah, it looks like we're having Togepi as your head. You don't get a choice. You get a Togepi head or you get nothing, mate. Huh, that looks kind of cool. Scratch. Sorry, got fleas. Give me a minute. Cinder gave me her fleas. Fuck. I'm reading, Scramble. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful day, night. Bye, Herm. Thank you for your harassment. Oh, you fucking. Anyway, hope you sleep well. Elsa has fleas. You still love me. Don't pretend you don't. Jeez. No nickname because we're gonna go merge you straight away. Doesn't matter what you look like because you're gonna get merged straight away. Can I fuse you inside? I can. Nice. Did you end that? Yeah, I should. I forgot to do that. Hang on. Ba ba da ba da ba 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 do. Close. Finish. Go back. All right, there we go. baby. At first, trainers remark on how aloof a togepi can be. With some patience, it will come out of its shell, after which trainers come to miss. I was reading that! What the fuck? Bruh. That's bullshit. I was fucking reading that. You're back. Okay. Meant to be doing laundry, you keep forgetting. ADHD go brr. Do the final. No, that's a secret for when we get there. Secret. I don't want spoilerinos on the final form. Wait, what did I? Okay, anyway. Oh, the nickname stayed on there. Never mind. Normally the nickname disappears when you fuse Pokemon, but it stayed. Yay! Right. Item. Move. Northy Wind needs EXP share. I was going up here. Having your newborn Togepi while it's too weak to stand up straight, whispering, "No name for y'all. You're getting merged." You have just brought you like you're only a baby. You will remember the agonizing pain of having your DNA forcefully spliced with another. Don't worry about it. Stop complaining. Won't even remember it. How many balls does I have? 20. All right, we good. We good. We're good for the new zone. Yippee! Right. Hello, set. I got a burp stuck. That's why I went quiet. I'm trying to slowly work it up my esophagus. Not really happening though. I think my breakfast is trying to come with it. Yeah, poor still soft in the skull. Togepi, you have no idea what'll hit you. Electric ball! Get the toddler! Boom! Why are you still alive? You bitch! Oh, it's because it fucked with my stats. Yeah, get your levels, Northy! Woo! Level, 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 level. No, let's not risk a metronome. I didn't feel like gambling every time I attack. Level, level. Level 9. Jesus Christ. Level 10. Level 11. Level 2. Damn, you getting greedy, Northy. Fucking hell. You're fine, buddy. Vigor gone. I forget what Vigorant is. What is it? Flygon. Porygon. Oh. Right, it's that thing. Yes, I remember you. Ow. La 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 la. Sorry. Uproar. Yay, second breakfast! It's like a little bird, just like look. Re-eat me brekkie. Battery up. Wish I knew what that was. Oh. I'm gonna assume that this is some sort of reference that I am not getting. In the slightest. No fucking idea what that's supposed to be.
Pest.
Not the
What
fucking...
a pointless string of letters. Are you trying to annoy me? It's working. Bow down to Shadow Sand,
It's
the
working.
Froggy Queen, instead of wasting time with nonsense. Your creativity is lacking, but I'm here for the entertainment. Ribbit.
Your creativity is lacking, but I'm here for the entertainment. So she did find it entertaining. Oh, not bite. Oh, fuck, get it killed before it can overbite me. Beware. Oh, I forgot beware is a fucking thing. Scary. Can you kill it? I killed it fast enough, alright? Stop your bitching and moaning. I need healing. Also, I need another Pokemon in my roster. I'm scared. I don't want a water type in my rotation at the minute. Should I put Mila in? Mila or Balto? I don't want to have too many dragon types floating around. I'm gonna put Mila in. I gotta have a bajillion dragon types. I'll end up dead to a fairy. Sorry, but I don't want to die to a fairy. The fairies will take me. I stepped in their little ring and they'll be like, sacrifice, 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 sacrifice. And I don't want to be that sacrifice. Where do I want to hunt my first Pokemon? Can't believe this bitch left me in the park. I'm scared. That's a rock type, aren't you? Why is Shuckle always like so terrifying? I don't like it. They took your bones! Or your name. Or both. No, I don't want to let her protect. Don't give her a Mistret. No, I don't want to. Aww, it's very pretty. It's got beads on its neck. What those beads do? Oh, okay, we're evolving already. Let's go! Hello! Ah, it's so cute, so fancy, so cute. Back is itchy. Does that mean Togetic was the one that evolved already? I thought Togetic evolved with friendship. Do you love me that much? Nani? Do you love me this much? Affectionate towards its trainer, a Togepi will seem to hold a grudge against certain people even before meeting them, or once Togepi decides doesn't like someone, it's very hard to change his mind. Ah, but it likes me. Togekiss. Alright. The names don't be naming me. Oh. Alright. You must. Alright, I got Dork up front. He can paralyze. Oh. Why does it gotta be fucking cross with the fucking Beedrill, you fucking fuck? Why is it always a bug? Ah! Can you tell I'm Frank about it? Ah! Oh. Oh, get me the fuck out of here. God, no. Get me out of here. Either bug or dragon or electric. Bug, dragon, electric. Those are all the options I get. Throw this fucking ball in his face. Hey! Instant catch! Kangaskhan ain't got nothing on me. My back is fucking itchy. I think I got one of those little tickly hairs running down my back, and I can't find the little bastard, so it just keeps re-tickling me. The fucking little bastard. Ah! Exclamation mark ticket to be a Kangas bug. A beacon! Do you like your beacon? I love bacon. I'm looking forward. I want more Miltank fusion. fusions. One of my other playthroughs, I ran into so many Miltank fusions. Didn't get to have any of them on my official team, but I caught them anyway and just put them in a Krelly box. They all went to the Krelly box. Oh my back! Fuck! It's Angie! Ah, Cinda gave me her fleas! I'm canceling Cinder. This is bullshit. Ah! Box full of Miltank fusions, as it should be. Uh-oh, scramble. I wonder who's gonna get it! Oh my gosh! Who's gonna be the winner of the day? I remember the Krelly box. There were some fusions in there. I wish to never remember. Wasn't there a Lugia Miltank? I swear that there was a Lugia Miltank in there. It's funny as fuck. Wow! Scramble! You got amazing luck. Scramble. We're about to go to the point where everyone can get their second Pokemon. Get out of the way. Oh, let's see. Oh wait, I go heal first. I was gonna say, let's see what we could have had, but I need healing first. I'm gonna die by not paying attention to my poison bonds. I don't even have one mouse! You stubbornly want a water type, and I have encountered exactly one water type. One. Well, I mean two, but you weren't here for that either. Alright. What could have been? Let's find out. Oh, well, speaking of water type. Speaking of water type, we could have had this fucking tumorous monstrosity. Ow. Stop making me flinch! Thank you. We're getting all them levels. No encore! Stop it! My pizza. Oh, hey. Hey, yo! That looks so cool. Look, could have had another water type. Wow! Wouldn't have that been great? That would have been a way better than what I got. Bitch ass just fled. Out of all the options we had. H2O is just seething in the corner right now. Oh look, another water type. Wow. Oh my. Oh, I didn't mean to jump off. Ball. Come on, dude! I will drink, I will sippy. Thank you, Reinhardt. Cursed object, kill it. Kill it, dork! Butter! Whoops, wasn't paying attention. I mean, it was water type once upon a time. Ow! Alright, dog's gonna need to be swapped out. Poison tail, you say? Schmearkern. Schmeagle Suncan? Another one! I swear I would kill myself! Another one! You never get what you want! I'm just flabbergasted I haven't run into any wild legendaries yet. Normally I've run into at least 3 by now. Not today! No, sir! The only legendaries I've run into were owned by trainers that would not trade me for them. Rude bastards. Alright, we gotta go up. Heard that there's a mod that does that? Everything fused with a Miltank, bro. I'm I'm good, thanks. I don't need to see that monstrosity. I was thinking of playing Moemon. I really wish that more Pokemon emulators were based off of something other than Fire Red Leaf Green, please. I want to play Moemon, but I don't want to play Fire Red Leaf Green again. You ran from me. Ow. Ow! Hey, Glumble! How you doing? Celebrate! Yes! Kill the onion fairy! 9/17. I want to keep Thunder Wave because it's too useful for catching wild Pokemon to get rid of, so I might just get rid of Bite for now. Yes, Grumble! Right away! How have you been? Scramble! What pizza you got? What's the pizza? Share with chat. I want a slice. I think almost G from you for my matcha coffee replacement. I can't have coffee, so matcha it is. Ah, what? Wasn't paying attention. No. I need caffeine. No, we're not learning. Follow me. Igglytuff? Oh. Oh. You okay? We've just seen some shit. Oh my god, it just fucking keeps going! Are you done yet? Ew. What the fuck? He's been split in two! Sorry, little guy. Technically, dark chocolate has caffeine in it. I eat dark chocolate. It's not enough. I need more. Ah! Make keg up. Quagsire edition. A Tom Fox, a themed asset pack for Tom Fox? Any Quagsires? I'd rather die. You caffeine up your butt. You see, the thing is, it's my intestines that are the problem, so I feel like inserting straight into intestines is probably just gonna make everything worse. But that's just a hunch, you know? Baby. Ow. Fuck you, fire cat. This one is on something. Oh! Blood bug bite. Oh. Yes. Hori Ice? Oh, Reggie Ice Paragon. I don't actually know what's super effective against you, so. Oh, okay. Oh boy. Fuck, you recovered, dude! Wait, rocks should be good against you, right? Let me throw some rocks real quick. Good enough! Like single digits and caffeine, useless! Waste of time! Oh, we're evolving again! Let's go! Bah, bah, bah. Hell yeah! Togepi! I haven't used you once, and look at all these level ups. Woo! Sleeping to conserve energy that they need to grow. They can only rest if they are in the presence of people they trust. Aww. What are we trying to learn? Iron defense. Oh, hiccup burp. No, thank you. Ah, hiccup burp again. We got some normal potions as well as these super potions, but oh well. Oh well. Wait, forgot the lactose. I've never known a single person with lactose intolerance that takes their lactose intolerance seriously. They always just like, oh, well, I guess I'll be shitting myself later. Better be prepared to shit myself. Ah! This is technically a new part of the route. Let me just... Ugh. No, is it? The music changes like it is, but... Alright, I need... Get on the fucking... Is this Route 10 or is it not? Okay, Route 10 starts down here. Okay. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. So this is Route 10. The power plant is inside there. Okay. Alright, alright. New encounter. Yeah, I should probably heal Dork first. I don't know if I'm gonna get to. Yeah! Alright, let's go. Coca-Cola has caffeine in it. One of the vitamin waters has caffeine. I can't have Coca-Cola because the acidity. It burn, it burn. Burn me from the insides to the outsides. Oh, sucks to be me right now, honestly. Oh. Okay. Oh, I'll get another Togepi cross. It'd be fairy. Can it be fairy duck? I don't know. I don't know, bro. Might. Fucking get paralyzed, you wanker. Thank you. Ow. I know. I think everyone hears. Luxapede's okay, right? I can't remember. Put Norley in. Vitamin water is like vitamin water. Define vitamin water. All right, we got ourselves Togil. Togil? Another dark type eventually. And I am officially opening the drawers to people who have yet, Bop Up already got a Pokemon and want to fuck around with their fusions. It's officially open season! Exclamation mark ticket. Do you want to be that little fucking thing? You want to be this thing? Real vitamin water or American vitamin water? I'm guessing American is bike. Bullshit. It doesn't even have vitamins in it. The brand name? What? I could just take the brand name vitamin water? That feels mega misleading. Yes, those who already have a Pokemon can enter the draw for this one. Yes, 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 yes! Desert Happiness Pokemon. You say so, buddy. If you say so. Sorry, scratching my fleas. This humid weather has got me itchy. I've got fucking fleas! Alright, closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It closed. Drawing. Blitz! Look at you No! Getting two so close together, you fucking rigged cunt. You fucking rig it, you got. Rip that bitch apart! Go in my box first. I got places to be. A blitz! Oh! Oh, blitz! Blitzy, 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 blitzy. Dork, you need healing. Okay, maybe we will go back first. It's pretty much sugar water with vitamins added in, watered down fruit punch. I'm just flabbergasted that America is allowed a company acquire the name vitamin water. That's pure obvious desire to mislead. Like, how can you allow that? It's bullshit. Where are you, Blitz? Am I blind? There you are. Yeah, but what do you want to... Mert, you sure you don't want to just leave this guy as a fucking fairy dog? What are we doing? Ninjask and Togepi. Say so. Unfuse. I'm gonna need more DNA splices. I'm gonna run out of splices. Alright, so you want a Togepi and Ninjask together, right? Well, Togetic, apparently. Ninjask body? Which would be that one. Oh god. The customized sprite here, just this monstrosity. Rip. Yeah. I'm guessing keep speed boost? Or like Gatorade Powerade without the salt. Speed, yes sir. Fine. No, we're not learning Growl. Metronome. Why not? Sweet kiss. I do like me a sweet kiss. Alright. And I've run out of fusion sticks. So... I'm gonna put you there for now. Nickname. Blitz. Nickname. Blitz again. Nickname. Again. Again. Here we go. Alright. Special attack speed freak! I love that it's just... you can't see that it's a special attack speed demon at the minute. It's just... yeah. Attack is actually higher. Alright. Off you get me last one of this little side quest. I did heal, right? Yes, I did. Alright, let's go. Alright, let's see what could have been. What should be a water type? I was like, it's gonna be a water type. Instantly, as a water type. Cinder, you gave me a flaze, you goddamn vixen! Do I want the special encounter or do I want the floor encounter? That's the question. Floor encounter it is! H2O. Jingle, 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 H2O. Yes! Owie. Let's see if I can get it in the ball. I got excited there. Ahoy! Rap, 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 rap. Oh, we got options. That's cool. Either that one or that one. Unsheathed or sheathed, essentially. Oh my. Nice. Alright. Why when this H2O can have the water half, I just want the sword. Hang on a minute, that's not how this works. Alright, where's my... I'll allow it if H2O agrees to it. Alright. There has to be an agreement. Let's start another one. Exclamation mark ticket to be a Gyarados sword, buddy. Gyarados sword. Gyarados sword. I mean, let's see if I win anyway. Let me in. Go. Everyone's going in on this one. Uh-oh, H2O's gonna cry. You gonna make it cry? Don't make H2O cry. I have to go make my marcher in a minute. I'm gonna need it. I'm bouncing a lot to try and stay awake, but I can feel my eyes getting heavy. Then I was just going in for good measure, like, yeah, why, yeah. Alright. Closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lost. Drop. H2O! Let's go! At long last! The stars aligned. It was just waiting to give you an epic skin. Don't worry about it. The universe was like, hold. We have better options for you, buddy. Just hold. Just wait, little one. We are cooking just for you. Do you want to be sheathed or unsheathed? So sheathed, unsheathed. You want your whole fucking sword dangling out, or do you want to put a sock on it? What do we want? Here's Mega Manji. Walking fleas. Walk on it. That's H2O's choice blitz. You don't get to choose if he socks it or not. Got out? Hell yeah. Let everyone see. Gyaraslash can destroy entire cities with a single swing. Many of the deadliest warmongers in ancient myth are depicted wielding it, but whether they controlled it or it controlled them remains unknown. Alright. Okay. Right. If you say so. Oh no, but I don't. You're gonna have to get boxed for now, even though you're epic looking, because I need things that are good against grass, not things that'll die against grass, preferably. It's the let's go. There we go. It's gonna be capital, right? Yeah. Can't even tell the 0 from the O. It doesn't even fucking matter. Damn it, I wanted to give Kangaskhan a sign. No! We don't need another warmonger. I was about to say you can box me if you need to. No, I need things that'll go up against the grass types. Sadly, you'll be boxed for now, but your epic form will resurrect again. Oh. Okay, so that's the ball encounter is a eagle. I can't run! Ah, you bastard! I don't go very well. Okay, I'm out. Let's not have Dork on the front line here. Let's put... Who's gonna be fine up against the fairies? Luxipede will be. I really need to level Mila up some more. I might have to... You know what? Item... Move. I'm gonna give yours to Mila, and then you can come up front for a little bit in Orly Wind. Let's see what that booty do. Wow, my typing is ass. Dad might need to reverse it. I need to reverse it. You don't like it that way around? Why? Is there something wrong with the stats? I don't know if I want to fuck with an electric specialist right this moment. I do have a fair few electric types though, so at least I know I'm covered in that department. Oh, hiccup burp. Gets a one hit immediately. Hello there. I don't remember what you're weak, strong against. Hello! What you doing? You thought. Get him! Get him! Get him, Northy! Get him! Arrgh! Hell yeah. Bug bite. No. Oh, a thunderstone. Nice. That's a weak to 4 moves. Other way around, I'm broken. Oh, 4 types. Other way around, you're broken as fuck. Okie dokie. Might go reversey then. I don't know if I have any reverses. Do I have any reverses? Well, I've got, yeah, I have got reverses, okay. Hey, Togi lines, right? You're everywhere! Ow! Bitch! Oh, you're not getting sweet fuck all like EXP from these guys. Nice. Oh my god, Yara Slash, please! I dare say you're the Magnemite replacement. Oh, fuck's sake. Hello, little shithead. I missed. Fuck you, that's what you get. Let me out. Oh, that was a little bit scary. Everything's fine. Everyone is healthy. Help! It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine! Isn't Precipice Blades Groudons? I don't know, I've never played a Groudon before. I had the Sapphire one in the game. I don't know nothing, man! Alright, you wanted to be reversed H2O. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, there you are. Ugh. Ew. Why does he have the shit? Ugh. Ew. got any other looks, because... No, it does! Damn it. I don't like the whole shield inside the mouth thing. It creeps me out. King shield. What'd that do? You are now steel flying. But you're not even water type anymore! H2O, I think you misunderstood your typage. You're still flying, not still water. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Water isn't wet. H2O. You know, I thought you wanted to be still water type. Sorry, a drip of sweat just went down my side. Blech. Legit unplayable the other way? Ah, okay. Is still flying that good? Nose. Flying is very good. Is that why Skarmory is a favorite? Oh wait, if you're still flying, you should be useful in the gym. So now I will take you with me. What's the other ability that you could potentially have? Should I keep stance change, or should I swap to the whatever the fuck Gyarados would have had? Gyarados' ability. Maybe I should unfuse and refuse, but I don't have the things for that. Am I replacing is the question? Thinking Mila. Let's take that EXP share from you. And give it to you. The other is Intimidate. Do we want to keep this ability, or do we want Intimidate? Definitely a physical attacker. Pretty good special defense and defense as well. Slash was the first Pokemon ever to have its stats nerfed in the series. Uh-oh, they overdid it there. Yeah, they're both really good abilities. I'll leave it as that for now, because I don't think I've ever used a Pokemon with that ability. Even when I have had Aegislash, it hasn't had that ability. Alrighty. Northy Wind up front, and let's fuck around with little Blondie here. Is it Goosey? Goosey, Goosey, go! Wait. Wait. No! Ow. Right, okay. Don't do that! Don't do that! Don't do that! Now he's gonna hurt himself and then let it out on me. Alright. Fuck, stop using Bide! Ah! Fuck me drunk. Hate your guts. Fuck you and your Bide too. Uh-oh. Might be in danger.
Dying Desi with a party of 9? How cute. Welcome to the Froggy Kingdom. Just remember, you're in Shadow Sand's domain now. Bow down to the Queen or prepare for some froggy chaos. Enjoy the madness.
Hi, Desi! minute. Fuck, I was like, oh, maybe if you're a ghost, it won't hurt me, but I don't have a ghost. Oh, shit, chat. Ooh, I don't think I'm fast enough to hit it first either. Ooh. Oh, you're alive, Xenos! Xenos, you're alive! Oh my god, 1 HP! 1 HP! Oh shit!
Stealth 236 arrive. Hi Mousy. Stealth 236 bet we're getting close to 4 years. Stealth 236 booty shake.
Grumble, you're getting timed out for that. You're getting timed out. Come here, you little fucking dick. Come here. Come here. You think you can just mock me? Get the fuck out of here. Thank you for the follow, but I'm in pain, and now I associate your name with pain for the rest of my life. Is that what you want? I'm so upset. No, it's bullshit. I'm fucking mad, man. I'm pissed. That's why I hope you had a better stream than me, cause fuck me. Drug! You have got King Shield, I saw it. Thanos, I love you. You were one of the favorites.
Be afraid you should not. I'll take care of you. I will.
Fuck you, banana, dude. Grumble. Grumble. I gotta retime you out, you little bitch. Why would you rub that in? Yoda can't see. Fuck you and you fucking Yoda ass. Fuck.
Banana.
Where are my headstones? I must pay tribute to the baby. Fucking banana mouth noises. I'm gonna make you guys sit in the corner until I finish my
Yoda can't see.
my matcha. Time him out horribly.
Stealthy Mouse. How many times must you fail? Focus. Learn the basics. Choking on your Pokemon is pathetic at this point. Bow down to the Froggy Queen and maybe take notes from someone who actually knows what they're doing. Ribbit.
Suck left nipple, Chato-san. I like to see you fucking play, bitch. Oh, if we find a spiritomb, I found a neat sprite. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm too angry to think about happy things right now. There, you got King Shield right there. Oh my god, Rumble, do you hate me this much? Are you shitting me right now?
Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make a damn jaw drop.
What's that?
It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes cause they think that they're on drugs. So really at the best place to shop, it's our Bass Pro Shop.
You and me, let's learn some history. Antic men, the Egyptians like a million centuries.
Yeah, to finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass in, makes me wanna bitch. Yeah, I have to pop a size in and all the
my mods hate me, my chat just rubs salt in my wounds.
That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
Fucking party in your pro shop. Watch me. Fucking watch me. Fucking fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you all. My life is in shambles. Trying to decide if I want Omega Link or Jato in the collection. I think I put Omega Link. For now. I said eyes! Come back! How do I evolve Astronavia, by the way? Oh, you can't see Sybil! No! I don't think there is a U. Is there a U here right now? Oh, there is. You're a box fiend at the moment. You're not going nowhere. Ah! You can tell I'm actually mad by the fact that I keep idling. I'm just sitting here seething in the corner at the minute. Please hold the line. This is not fine. This is not fine. This is not fine. This will never be fine. Did he have a wrench up his ass? What the fuck was that? Don't put things up your butt, Jet. They disappear. The abyss. Got it, killers. I have a lantern. This is a new zone. We won't worry about death. We have new beginnings, chat. Who cares about death when there is a potential new beginning? Everyone line up. Everyone get ready. Everyone that came in with the raid, pray tell. It's a weird combo, but okay. Pray tell, how did Desu stream go? I thought that was a Raikou cross, but it's a Persian cross. Pricked me for a second there, I'm not gonna lie. Ah! I'll take what I can get. No. Get at the floor. Now fuck off with your Mr. Krabs bullshit. Who is this? Crowbar! Fuck off. My special lighting effects have disappeared. Just like the sparkle in my soul. My effects have disappeared! Oh, I'm not redoing all that. Fuck it. All my special effects have disappeared! You bollocks. too scared to swap anyone out to try and do more damage, bruh. It's too close to my most recent death. I'm gonna have to, aren't I? Hell no for the fairy. I need to see what you're weak against before I do anything. I'm going back into using a strategy. Are you happy now, chat? Are you fucking happy now? Me. Oh, this is not where I want to be. Oh, God. It's Aegislash. Gyarados. Gonna have here. You'd probably kill it with Sacred Sword, so let's not do that. Yeah, let's not do that. Ah! Oops, didn't mean to move that. Oops, not what I wanted to do. Go back. But poison can't hurt steel at all, but I'm not angry. Definitely not upset. If I hit it, it's gonna die. Plain and simple. If Dork hits it, it'll die. Maybe if I slash it. Alright, we'll try it. Alright, cool. It's alive! A little pimple forming on my chin and it hurts. I just realized his feet are fucked up. He doesn't even stand flat-footed. He's like elevated. Is he okay? I feel like he's got like warts on his feet. I want a bully mouse. Yeah, sure, okay, Eric Wolf. Everyone does. Everyone does. Alright, come on. You're my Xenos replacement. Get in the fucking boat. This is bad juju. This is really bad juju. You watch him off himself with the takedowns. That is Eevee and Kangaskhan. Ironically, I already have a Kangaskhan. I don't have an Eevee, I only have Espeon and Leafeon. Finally! Thank fuck, plan! Alright. Who's getting in me balls? Balls. Ball. Yeah, sorry, I'm scratching at this pimple that's trying to break it through my chin. It hurts! Come out! Out. Get up, or I'll look it up while we're waiting for people to join the draw. If you want to be Metazian, exclamation mark ticket, and I'm allowing dupes now. So if you already have a Pokemon, you are still allowed to re-enter the draw. Oh, Kang. I always do Kang. It's Kang. Kangaroo. And then Eevee, you said, yeah? It's just a little cutie. I don't know why I was expecting a monstrosity, but we got a cutie instead. The cutie. The baby. What happens if I do this? Hello? Well, I pushed the button. Thank you. Slightly cursed, but I don't mind that one. He's got a little Espeon in the pocket. That one, but that's the only one that's there. Oh! What the fuck? Oh, that's all their sprites. Can't change it. That's the only thing that's visible for me. Sadness. Fusion calculator. I don't know if I have that. I only have infinite decks. I don't have fusion calculator. Alright, let's see. Let's try this again. It's gone. Eevee. Use. Or what? It is. It's been very busy breeding. Got the babies. Why are they all walking on 2 feet? That weirds me out more than anything. I don't like. I don't like the whole walking around on 2 feet. Wings. There we go. This is the updated version of that bookmark that I have. Okay. Oh. Alrighty. Closing. Roaring. Scramble! You get your second steel type. They're cursed looking. I don't like its feet, man. It's got tumors. Now, you wanted to fuck with your fusions, didn't you? I don't have any, no fusion sticks, buddy. You can't. I'm sorry. You'll have to wait till I poke out the other side and go to the next shops. You'll have to wait till the other end. I'm terribly sorry. Anton. Now, let's check out what could have been in this area. Shall we? If my first encounter is going to be with a trainer, I am bringing up a stronger Pokemon to the front. Thank you very much. But yes, steel type. All right, here we go. Fight to the Crowley. No, it's electric type. Don't do much, hopefully. Yeah, get poisoned! Ouch. Almost due for another bathroom trip, Jesus. Picnicker Lee is about to send in trap fish! I don't know what that is. I'll send in Dork so I can get some amulet coin goodies. Give me the gorge! Oh, what the fuck? Not what I was expecting. I'll be honest. Level you, 22. I ain't got no water types in here. I don't actually know who's better off against you, to be honest. I feel like they're all much the same. A sword, you're a fucking swordard, but it's a little cake. What the fuck? That is so cute. Bruh. That little creature. Free stuff! Alright, so I'm gonna go for a bathroom break, and I also gotta make myself a matcha. So, I'm gonna abandon you guys to the screen again, and I'll be right back. So, Sorry for abandoning you, but it has to be done. Be right back. Only partially thumping ass. Go. On a stream of shit and pieces this place. Yes, squeak, 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 squeak. Yep, squeak, 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 squeak. Ah, come on! Scribble! What? Ah, sorry, got my tea. My matcha latte. Matcha. Does this make me hipster? I'm bald. I drink a matcha. I drink matcha on almond milk. So hipster. I'm not like other hipsters, alright? I have to for health reasons. Not the same. I don't virtue signal like the others. Having a roll, Flint? Oh, I don't want to smash the rock. Lost the wig to the flush. Fuck you, buddy. I'll fucking show you can't run. This bitch just tried to kill you. Shut up, Flint. No, we're not playing. Bitch just tried to kill Norby. Now I gotta go back again. Not bad. You fucking spaz. He's trying to do zoomies right now. Stop it. Oh my fucking god. Flint! Flint! Enough. Not that dog. This goddamn cave is gonna be the end of me. Yeah, that's what you get. Get electrocuted, bitch. Flint needs a piss. No, he wants to play. Oh, he's all muck. The humidity's made him all moist as well, bruh. You're gonna be extra stinky by the end of today. Oh, do you want to go outside now? See that little different, that change in tone? That was him changing his mind from I want to play to fine, let me outside, woman. So now I have to go let him outside. A little was it? I want to go out. All right, we're going. What a fickle little wishy-washy creature. I know my dog gets zoomies right before he pisses. My dog normally gets zoomies after he pisses. Normally specifically an after bathroom thing. Totally not work. Oh, hello, you're different. Totally not working on my new sprite right now. Yeah, sure, I believe that. I believe that. Don't get your hopes up too much, you end up dead before you can finish. I have to put Mila back in circulation again. That fire water coverage. What moves do you have? Only water gun. Also only water gun. Why has everyone only got fucking water gun, bro? And you've got heat wave at least to take care of the steel types. Wait, I can just look it up. Yes, you can, buddy! This matcha's yummy. Every time I've had matcha before, it's either been horribly grassy, which I'm guessing is because they haven't brewed it correctly, or it's been, or overkill sweet because they just fucking drown it in sugar to hide any other flavor. This one's nice. I like it. I think I'm gonna throw... Oh, but Astra's of a higher level. I'm too scared to take my higher levels out. Ow. Maybe leave leveling Northy until later? You're kind of in danger in that cave. There's too many steel types. Too many steel types for Northy. Northy will end up dead, and I don't want a dead Northy. I don't want another dead body on my hands. Oh, sir. Excuse me. Alright, let's put Mila up front. Fuck! Sorry, chat. Front for a second. No custom sprite. Man! Bollocks. You wanna see? Yes, please! Fuck. Yeah, you go, Mila. Whoop that ass. Why are there suddenly a whole bunch of skip queens around here? Where were you guys earlier? Huh? Where were you when I needed you? Hello. I don't have a... Oh, wait, I do have a fire type move. You avoided me! Fuck off! I suppose Heatwave has poor, accuracy, doesn't it? Well, didn't forget about that bit. Oh, hello. You weren't here before either. Why am I suddenly getting a whole bunch of different Pokemon? That what is with your fucking aim, dude? Mila, aim first. You're pissing all over the toilet seat. Jeez Louise. Kinda lucky that guy didn't have Dragon Rage. Ah. Do it to it. I don't know which one I like better. Charmy, Charmy. Oh, this game would be so much better if I had Xenos. Xenos, I miss you. Oh, hello. Kinda cute. Aww! Kill it. Super effective, but not a whole lot of damage. Ouch. Oh, it's level 23, that's why. No. For real! Get him, me kid! Get him! Poison! Ah! Oh, how cute! It erase its bloodline. Wipe all traces of that family name from this earth. Right? La 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 la. I feel like wait, do I have an escape rope? Please tell me I have an escape rope. I do not have an escape rope. Before I go any deeper, I might just go back to town and get myself a couple of escape ropes as a safety measure, so I don't end up fucking dead. You know, I don't want to die in a fucking cave. Oh, and that's the dog finished with his bathroom trip. So we're done. You're so cute, though. You're dead. Gave me like no EXP. I'm gonna go fetch that dog for $3. The house down. blocking the road, dude. I'm hydrating, but with my matcha, it's good enough. Ooh, excuse me, another burp. Do we know what type of file they need to be saved as? PNGs. Get the hell out of here. Go buy some stuff. Alright, Milo can no longer be in front line because they're in danger. Walk back in front line again. What? Why are there so many skip queens all of a sudden? I am so confused. It was all those other things before. Is it because day-night cycle? Maybe? You're probably fine. No, I'm not. You just want to see me start again so I can never finish. I want to complete this quest, I swear to God. Why am I stuck? I was just stuck in the wall. Bruh. Alright, let's go shopping! Let's totally go shopping, chat. Get out of the way. I don't have any super splices yet, so I'll just take that. Take 10 of them. I'll take 10 more of them. And I'll take... Fuck it, I'll take 10 escape ropes, fuck it. And I'll take some repels as well, because, I'm rich, and I can. And I definitely didn't get rich off of criminal activities. Seeing if anything changed, doesn't look like it has. Solid idea, for sure not. No way, I would never. You get more spikes? Yeah, I got a bunch of spikes. I got a bunch of sticks, me little fusion sticks. Oh, we were gonna fuck around with your fusion, weren't we? We... Scramble, you wanted to fuse? Do something? Who was... I gotta fuse these two together, hang on. I should've got more than 10. Oh well. Round electric. Sounds like a good idea. These little things meant to look like eyes? I'm so confused. Oh, that's the nickname ability. Pokemon, boost the attack after knocking out Pokemon. Metagross Beedrill. Oh. Ah, what the fuck? Muscles on the side of my back are twitching. Oh god, it feels weird. They're like crawling. That feels weird. choose you. Metagross, wasn't it? Steel poison? Or bug psychic? Poison, right? Yeah. Back spasm, it feels so weird, I like it. Did Mousy get killed yet? No, the only death has been Xenos. My baby. Because they accidentally hit Outrage instead of fucking Dragon Rage. In my defense, they both have fucking rage in them, okay? Oh, hell yeah! God damn! Ah! Yo! Oh, we got 3 different forms! Blue, black, orb. Lots of arms. Which one do you want? Black and green? Gives Zygarde vibes. I get us some wait twitching. Nah, I get pins and needles. No, I'm like, it feels like not even twitching. It feels like it's crawling. It's creeping me out. It's alive. It spreads an incredibly dangerous plague with its mechanically augmented stingers. And it's unclear whether or not this Pokemon has a will of its own. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Right. Yeah, let me send you it, but I gotta figure out how to put it in the Pokemon Fusions channel. These 4. Magnet Rise, dude. User levitates using electricity generated magnetism for 5 days. Sure, why not? Nope. God damn. There's so many steel types too now. Alright, now I gotta fuse this and that. A fuse. Normal or normal? Decisions. Aww, it's kind of weird looking, but also kind of cute. Come on, man! Yeah! No, Turnip. No, Turnip, you're still on the toilet. Okay, I don't really care. Okay, so... nickname... Scramble 2! Nickname... Ramble. Ah! Not you, but others. Yes. Right, I need to put it like that. Jeez. Maybe? Yeah, sure, why not? Ah, know what I want to do. That to scramble. Ah. Item. To scramble. Here. Guys. Yes, I look. Holy shit! Where the fuck did you pull that from? What? Ah, so Discord will let me capture. Look at that! God! Boom! You just gotta figure out the transparency. Wait, can I have a hat? God damn, right? Hot looking damn. moment, just vibing here with some potato hotel Wi-Fi. Hell yeah! Where did you pull this from, Xenos? Oh, I got the cursor in the way. Oh, I hate having to pull the stupid lantern out each time. It should be automatic. What we out for Mila? What's the number? Give me the number. Oh, it's not from the, it's not already in the decks. He said he made it? That's why I'm asking where he got it from, because if it's AI, I'm gonna fucking punch you in the face! Zeros? Oh, sweet you, the Pokemon have changed again. What is going on? Headbutt. Hell yeah! Alright, so Mila is not leveling up anywhere near fast enough. You're so slow. Going within us, I just want to know where he got the sprite from. Oh wait, no, it was you, H2O. I'm fucking stupid. I don't know why my brain. I think it's. Is it purple? H2O, where did you get the sprite from? My brain. Hello. Poor Xenos is just. I think I've had Xenos in my head because of the most recent death, so I'm like. It just. Brain went, what? Oh, I made a mistake. Uh-oh. My brain has been elsewhere, and I think I made a mistake. Oh. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Yours is based off another? What did it come from? Alright, alright. What? Okay. Oh. Got you. Okay. Whew! I was getting worried there. No. Alta drink! Oh, God. Okay. Alright, you need healing. Below 40 HP. We're okay, we're okay, we're okay, we're okay. They're okay. We're fine. In your bra? We get from. Randomized is about to send in a Blastnium? I don't know what that is, but Blastoise. Something else. Let's send in Dork. Electric, electric, electric for Blastoise. Zappers. What the fuck? Oh, he's little flowers in even inside his hood. Brr. The flower cannon? Wow. Ow! I'm scared. Alright. Oh, ooh, made a post. I made a post. I made a post. Run. It's only level 8. Not worth my time. Where is... Fuck this cave. Cave system is confusing me. Oh, there's a super special room somewhere. That's not what I wanted, but cool, I'll take it. Fuck! Damn it! Let me out! Let me out! I don't have any water type moves. Look at this guy. Ow! Oh, Mila! Ah! All right. He's learning pursuit. Based off that Moltres Gyarados fusion by... sorry, it took me a sec to find their name and Moltres. Oh, okay. You should be able to just make the background transparent. You use Clip Studio, right? You should be able to just make the background transparent by clicking the white background and just deleting it with the magic tool. What program are you use? Oh, you... Oh, I don't think Paint allows any transparency. I can probably do it on my end. I have to make certain it's the right size anyway. That ass is in my way! Oh god, I forgot I hadn't fought this guy yet. I did make it 2A8 by 2A8. I did make sure of that. Okay, I can do it! I have Photoshop open! I just need to know what the name of the file. Oh, the Give me a second, I should be able to tell you. So it is this number. Bye-bye. Oh, it's got an A on it? Okay. That number with an A! Does this thing look like a Looney Tunes character? Headbutt. I wasn't paying attention. What was that? Oh, he's a god! Kill it. Gone and dead. I want to be seen from it. Health is looking a little shaky. I'm just trying to find the special hidden room. I don't want all this other stuff. I know it's here somewhere. You can't hide it from me, Janet. Hi, the little sweetheart. Sweetheart. Heal the sweetheart. Fuck! What are the chances? I'm gonna finish the other tonight I've got an idea, but it's going to take some work. What do you mean the other? Do you have another evolution? I thought you were fully evolved. Is there another evolution in the line? And let's go. No, that's not the nudge I wanted. Bitches. There we go. Actually? Headbutt it. Ow! Bust! Ah, itchy, 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 itchy! Poison. Wait a minute. Oh no, I'm stupid. I was like, hang on, aren't you supposed to be still flying? Nope, 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 nope. I think I want to swap in another electric type. Protect my ass. Stealthy, can you be me? The Calamus is being. What is he doing? Are you guys in a group chat again? Just bullying each other. Stop poking holes in one another. You're gonna give each other self-esteem issues. Stop it. Ah, I wasn't paying attention. Oh. Good! How you doing? Cookies for all! Double for the pretty lady on the screen. Yum, 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 yum. Braxalligator. Ooh, hello. Zappy time. Ow! Oh, fuck, thank fuck, thank fuck, thank fuck, thank fuck, 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 fuck. That could have been so bad. That could have been so, so bad. If he had decided to use the goddamn... Oh, God. If he had decided to use Dragon Rage 2 in a row, I would have been dead right then and there. But he fucked up, buddy. He fucked up. Ah! It's been telling me the snakes aren't real. They actually were. They killed me. I didn't see no snakes is all I'm gonna say. I didn't see no snakes. But I also kind of wasn't there. Oh! Who's evolving? That'll be Ampharos Cross. Let's go! Dork! 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 Oh. I like his other form better. Ah! Whoa! Hello, Fabulous. Dork's not here to choose, so I choose the Digimon version. Digimon! Fabulous. Wait! Why didn't you change? You bitch. Oh, nice. I get rid of Slash. Alright, there we go. It just took a moment. Every like section of Gyarados is like chainmail and the pixels are going to rip my head off. You gotta get it exactly right, otherwise it'll look like just a clusterfuck essentially. Doing well, just sorting things out for my mates. Ah, this afternoon? Holy jeebus! Talk about the last minute sprint. Get it done, get it done, get it done. Or you finally got most things done and it's relaxation time. Gotta chill out before the big event. And then you get stressed. Yay! He's trying to gaslight me? I didn't see any snakes. I'm gonna say it. Like, I wasn't there, so I can't say anything to or against it. How are you? I'm okay. I'm holding myself together. I'm coping with finding out that I can't have coffee with some matcha, and I'm hoping that I can handle matcha. So, yeah. Here's a hoping that I can handle the matcha. Excuse me. Where's that fucking room? Ah! Hydrate with matcha. I'll cry. think any of my stuff is super effective against this dude. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay.
Hard on herself? She should be. Trying her best isn't good enough when she fails so spectacularly. Mediocrity deserves no sympathy. Bow down to the Froggy Queen, and let her mistakes serve as a lesson for all. Ribbit.
Yes! Who's here, buddy? Be nice. Ow, that fucking hurt, mate. One bite. Oh, nothing there. Oh, not hypnosis! Good. On you, you little bastard. Wake up, the keg! Thank you. Nice try. I am the man. Not right. The balloon. Firstly, just making sure I have a good shirt, going to buy new shoes. Make certain your good shirt is not creased to fuck. I don't know how many people are blind about creases. I've seen so many people wear a quote-unquote nice shirt and forgot that ironing exists, and it literally looks like fucking crinkle, like that cellophane paper on them. Like, dude, use an ironing board, please. Please! Most good shirts need ironing. Unlike cheap shirts that don't need ironing because they're made of plastic, so it doesn't matter. Go away, Metazian. No one likes you. Trying to find something. Is this the way I came from? I think this is the way I came from. Oh, this is definitely the way I came from. I'm about to use a goddamn repel. Ah! That's the fat man that blocked the way. Okay. Yeah, I gotta iron my shirt, my trousers. I'm skipping since I don't think anyone will notice the small amount of creasing around the ankles. Ankles. They're pervert on your ankles. Tell them, but go back to the Victorian area, little perverts. Oh, hello. Another feet puff. Bro. You okay there, little guy? Looks like he's in a bit of a struggle town. Alright, I'm gonna use a repel. So done with this place. I just want to find what I'm looking for. Give me what want, please. Thank. Oh, went straight past him. Alright, now where am I? Oh, ball! Ball! I think I'm almost out. Oh my god. Psyduck with titties! Let's go! Titty Psyduck! You bitch, I was using that. Hey, use your turn on Mousy. What's that supposed to be? What's that supposed to be? I got a cough in my throat, it's gonna upset the dog. Can you turn away, please? Don't look at me, Crowley. No. Now I have to heal. What a waste. Boop. No. No. Wait, did Chato start ignore you, Naughty Win, or am I tweaking? Oh, that looks nice. Getting that the type matchup is so shit for you. Get punched. Dead. Hitmon licks. So that's gonna be a Steelix. Or Hitmon top or Hitmon champ. One of the hits. Oh. You okay, bud? Blurst. I'm on it. I'm gonna need Mila. Alright. Cool. Hey, Mila doesn't have any water type moves. Fuck! Astra, I'm wasting all my heal stuff. Oh, now you get paralyzed. Please don't die. Alright, we're fine. No, Chato-san didn't ignore me! Oh, so then I ignored Chato-san. Nice to see. I was completely zoned out. I do not remember hearing Chato-san at all. Ah, you remember? Nothing. I completely zoned out. I zoned out too! Yay! We zoned out together! Alright, another little strange prism thing. I don't remember if strange prisms are meant to be Zygarde things or what. All I know is they're in the game. Get out of... Okay. Okay, so that... I think that's the way out, is it? What's over here? What's this? Oh? What's this place? Hello? Hang on. Sir? Are you just standing ominously in a cave? It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Oh, a Wigglypert. I got a Wigglytuff Swampert. What? I got a Wigglypert. Anyone want to be a Wigglypert? Hold on. Give me the nuts and run. Go for the ball sack. Don't talk to strangers. I just take random Pokemon from strangers. Definitely not brainwashed to murder me. Exclamation mark ticket if you want Wigglypert. Wigglypert. Swampert, Mudkip. The Mudkip evolution line ended up being my favorite from its generation, even though the first playthrough I did, I think I used Torchic because I like fire types, but in the end, I fell in love with Swampert's evolution line. That I did. Probably also helps that there's so much fucking water in that game. So much water. I want that Swampert. H2O, that Swampert is mine. Fight. I wish I knew how to program, because I'd love to set up like a duel redeem where you can literally just like start a duel between two people in chat and it'll pop up as like a little pixel art animation and it'll have random chances of one winning or the other winning or like being a draw. That'd be fun! But alas, I don't know how to program and I ain't got time to learn. So sad. It's so sad. I need another me that I can send off to go learn new things, and then when I re-merge back together, I gain that knowledge. That'd be great. So good. And also, would that mean I get double the autoimmune disease? How would that work? Calamus, stop bullying Cinder! I know you're stream avatar? Yeah, but not quite. A stream avatar can do something similar. Never! I can fucking feel it tingling. Alright, who's got Wigglypert? And Noddy! The North Wind. What? Thank you for the follow! Xavier Cruz, 122. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position. You are not a Wigglypert. Are not. Rigged! Never. Never. Ah, fuck. Almost knocked my coffee over. My tea. It's matcha tea! I don't know if it... Tea? I don't know if it's a tea. I'm gonna store it in the box for now, and I'll check out what you look like in a minute. Ah! It's dark again. Ooh, a heart scale. My. Oh my. Drink! Drink, drink, drink. Why drink? Wait, alcoholic? You're talking about drinking what's left of my juicy goodness? Punch him! There's officially nothing left. Nom nom nom. Very yummy though. I got a matcha that's like kind of got a vanilla taste to it. Vanilla flavoring to it. Very good, very nice. I gotta fight this guy to get out of here. Almost knocked over your drink. Oh my god, you're finishing each other's sandwiches! Ah. Destined to be together. Get married right now! Oh wait, I was gonna run. I can't run! This is a battle! Okay. Ball. Oh, he's seen some things. Think of a look, Scramble! Found a site that lets me make images transparent. Ah. Worked very well though. Chanvois. Gardevoir. Chandelier is gonna be my guess. I'll leave it out as it is. Die! Oh, it's not very effective. Okay. Die! Good enough. Oh my fucking god, it's a crucible of Krellies. Oh god, Jesus. I'm having flashbacks to the last run.
Take care of you. I will.
Not a crucible of Krellies, fuck. Okay. I don't want to be taken care of. Leave me alone, Ginger. Ginger, I stood up for you, and this is how you repay me? With a fucking pill. Why does it flop like that? No. I'm never standing up for you again. You can go burn in hell, girl. Burn in hell. Burn in cinders. Sorry, I totally didn't just see your post. Look, I think Scramble did a better job than the website, right?
Can't see. Yoda can't see.
Oh, Scramble cleared up the white spots. Thank you, Scramble. That's why they did the ... They were upsetty sketty. I think the other one messed with your pixels a little bit, so I'll probably just use Scrambles. Oh, I can't see. Elvis, maybe he said he would stop if I did it. You know he's a fucking lying. Come on now. You're gonna believe the robot? When has he ever stuck to his word, eh? Oh, Robin. Ow. What a fabulous bunny. Yeah, I'm looking at it. I think it did. Yeah, shoot up. I did the ... to the finish each other's sandwiches thing. Oh, come on. You can finish each other's sandwiches. Don't be a pussycat. Be a pussycat. So stop shitting on my face. I wasn't paying attention. What was it? Fuck. I can't remember. Oh, it was you. Right. Sorry, distracted. I was just like vibing.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make a damn jaw drop.
What's that?
It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs, but they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
You and me, let's learn some history. Antic men, the Egyptians like a million centuries.
Gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we've been cutting on this fish. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has been prophesized.
Oh, it's
and all the
breaking.
hieroglyphics is a bluff city non-stop. Party at the Pro Shop. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Party at the Pro Shop. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? Party at the Pro Shop. I don't understand.
Are you quite done? Are you fucking done? Thanks for the fucking fitty bitties. It's in there. Pocket Sam Pro Shop. Fuck's sake. I hate chainmail. Why did I start this? This is why Naruto, they did that fishnet design instead of, you know, actual chainmail. They're just like, ah, fuck it, it's fishnets. Good enough. Good enough. Now the question is, why did Mouse help you if you're gonna give her Bass Pro? Well, and in fairness, Bass Pro was Flex, fucking lurking around in the back corners. You sound so alive right now. Is that really your goal? You're just like, oh, I just like making her feel alive and awake and in this world. Doxing me? I'll fucking dox you as many times as I need to. No, I don't want to fight you again, Crowley. Fuck off. I'm already gonna fight you, the other version of you. So start rubbing it, man. Rub him. Go. Oh my
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis,
snakes aren't
Tennessee.
real,
Made of
Cinder.
glass and some
They
brass,
never
it'll knock
existed,
you on your
Cinder.
ass, make a damn jaw drop.
What's that?
It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city
wasn't
have a
paying
big ass
attention
pyramid
again.
by
Fuck,
the
I'm
mud?
gonna end
Yeah,
up
some
dead
people
because of
wipe
you
their
people.
eyes because they
It's all
think
your
that
fault.
they're on drugs, but they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Bass Pro Shop.
Let's learn some history. Antic men, the Egyptians like a million centuries.
Gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we're cutting on this fish. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has been prophesized and all the hieroglyphics is a bluff city non-stop. Party at the Pro Shop. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Party at the Pro Shop. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? Party at the Pro Shop. I don't understand.
I can't remember what I'm facing up against because once again, I was distracted.
You want to see me do it again?
No. Oh my fuck me.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make a damn jaw drop.
What's that?
It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs, but they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
You and me, let's learn some history. Antic men, the Egyptians like a million centuries.
Gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we're cutting on this fish. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has been prophesized and all the hieroglyphics is a bluff city non-stop. Party at the Pro Shop.
Bass Pro Shop hype training.
That's a big ass pyramid.
Sit down. No, bad.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train. Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
No, you've broken Shadow-san too! What have you done? Whoa, shit, I didn't break none. Fuck. Best brush up fucking. Ah, no, my eye is itchy! My eye is twitching, you drive me nuts! Ah! I'm gonna chew my own arm off. Prove a point. Mila, stop being paralyzed, you wank! Fight! 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 Get him, Mila! Thanks for the hydration, Jinx. Rinse my mouth out. It's a little bit fluffy from having more. Ginger Cinder, the snakes aren't real, you're imagining things, and I hope they bite you in your sleep.
The base pro shop pyramid? A giant waste of space. It's just a monument to consumerism. Who needs a pyramid filled with overpriced junk? Bow down to the Froggy Queen instead. I represent true greatness.
She's like,
Ribbit.
waste your money on me instead! Where it gets more value! Or something like that. Repel. Thanks for... Cinder, are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? You're not my friend anymore. Not your friend no more. There is nothing coming. Nothing. But death and destruction and this ace trainer. Don't you smug face at me. Feel the burn! Feel the hatred of being unfriended, unfollowed, unsubscribed. Google Docky dropped. You know Bass Pro Shop was my trigger and you did it anyway. I'm telling the other VTubers. Don't you fucking dare flex. Wait, you ungothed me! Why did you ungotth me?
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe the rise because they think they're on drugs. So really at the best place to shop, it's our Bass Pro Shop.
You and me, let's learn some history.
Even Scramble is breaking and their brain is already
Shadow finally
broken.
make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we can cutting on this fish. Makes me wanna shake my ass, it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has been prophesized in all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city, non-stop party.
Make it more expensive.
That's a big ass
Talking
pyramid.
about you, the price is about to go up.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop?
The pixels slowly drop as each Bass Pro Shop is redeemed. Throw a rock at their face. Take the rock. You stole my goth. Why did you blonde me? It's my gothness. Bring it back. It's a banger. It's gonna go up by $1. $1 buckaroo every reading. No, I'm out of pee-pee. Not my pee-pee. I can smell my feet. The humid weather is that bad. I can smell my feet. Can you smell your feet, Chet? I can smell my feet. Feet smell. There's a foot smell in this house. Coming from me. My foot smell.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop. It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think they're on drugs, but they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
You and me, let's learn some history and
That's my
the
Tangia.
Egyptians like a million
That's it.
centuries.
I
Yeah, to finally make the pyramids into what they came to be. And now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah,
Next one will be fucking $6 to the win.
Makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has to pump the size in. All the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop party. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
Find it. Fucking. Oh, sorry, I just had sweat drop down my other side. I fixed one side and the other side sweats. You know, I'd really love to hear Mouse in a Bass Pro Shop. I'm
This Pro
kind of
Shop
getting
is
tired
just
of
a
muting and
glorified
unmuting.
tourist trap. Overpriced junk and gimmicks everywhere. It's like a shrine to mediocrity. Go down to the Froggy Queen instead for real entertainment. Who needs that nonsense? Ribbit.
Exactly. It's like you don't need it. You don't need it. Damn! Alright, it is now $6. Next time it'll be $7. It'll never go back down. Ever. No, I don't want to use Rock Smash. Why did I click on that? I almost got killed because I was too distracted by Bass Pro Shop, bruh. Alright. Where am I? I found the exit. Oh, fine, I'll use the super repels just so I can check this. Who that? Who the fuck? Hang on. Who that? Don't diss the Bass Pro Shop. I need to be educated. Who the fuck is this? Hello, Edgy McEdgelord. Ah, you can feel the energy in here. This place is great for dark Pokemon. I'm what you would call an expert on dark Pokemon. I've grown with them for all of my life. I'll give you my special outfit. Why he got that fucking Donkadonk? Damn! Damn, boy! Still flat ass. Why he got a donker and I'm just flat? Why? Oh god. Alright, they've.
Yo, Vito.
Alright, this one is a bop at least.
To cover this.
Oh yeah! I love your karaoke stream.
Yo, please, Vito, please, bro, please. Please, I'll do anything. I'll give you $600. Babe, I need $600 now.
Okay, that's fine. Let's call it. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with
I want it. Sweat.
I think I wanna put a ring on it. There's nothing wrong with
Oh my god, look up! I got a love heart. This was anything but a love heart fucking hype train. Thanks for the hype, but fuck you. Dad that stepped up. Eggman is a no good slime. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic.
I think I wanna put a ring on it.
The bomb is wild. Say it is a bomb kick, Nick Chris. You just have no taste.
Gotta go
fast. Oh, I went for the high pitched.
Gotta go pregnant. Sonic. There's nothing wrong with me.
Right. Bestest cover in the westest.
I am never gonna financially recover from this.
Bestest cover in the westest. Alright, where's my Tangia? I gotta move it again. Oh shit, we got two in a row.
Pregnant Sonic.
What the fuck, Flex? What? Okay, we got. Are you shitting me? What are you people doing?
Yo, please, Vito, please, bro, please.
Now, permit to put the clip in chat, please. Okay, hang on. I'll get it right this time. Watch me. I'll get the correct H2O.
There's nothing wrong with pregnant
Sonic.
I think I wanna put a ring on it. There's nothing wrong with pregnant
Alright, you want this time?
He's a hero and a mother.
How many fucking
like no other pregnant Sonic. I'm not the stepdad, I'm the
that, and I'll look at it after these fucking renames are done. No! Don't make me up the price of Pregnant Sonic 2. What are you doing? Go. Yeah, hey God, this is good. God. Yeah, well, you're all about to get educated on Pregnant Sonic because Flex has just fucking lost his nut in the back rooms. I can see the queue. If you can see the queue.
Please, Beetle, please, bro, please. I'll do anything on you.
Flex, what?
Okay,
$100 now.
that's fine. Yeah.
It'll never end.
There's nothing
wrong with Pregnant Sonic.
I think I wanna put a ring.
Alright, hang on. I can at least turn the audio off of this. There we go, now we got a mishmash of sound. It's way too cheap for how short it is. Chat should spam it, bro.
I'm not the stepdad.
Alright, that's it. Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna put this up a buckaroo as well.
Pregnant Sonic. There's
There's nothing wrong with Pregnant
Sonic. I think I wanna put a ring on
Flex, are you tormenting Prime with this? Hang on a minute. Why do I have the distinct feeling that you're only doing this to torment Prime? I have a feeling! It's not happening.
Gotta go Pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with me.
I can't do cute voice. It's sad. I gotta go deeper tones. Here we go, here we go!
Yo, Beetle, is there any way
He's got a double-edged sword because I'm seeing you get a V.
Oh,
okay.
I love their karaoke streams.
Yo, please, Beetle, please, bro, please.
This is just never
I
ending!
need $600 now.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Pregnant Sonic.
I have to figure out a way that I can stop one person from queuing more than like 2 in a
I think I
row.
wanna put a ring on it. There's nothing wrong with Pregnant Sonic.
You see the live drain? I like the song, but this is not it. I'm drowning. I'm drowning.
Pregnant Sonic. I'm not the stepdad. I'm the dad that stepped up. Dr. Eggman is an old slut. Pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with
Pregnant Sonic.
I think I wanna
Put a cock ring on it.
There's
Nothing wrong with Pregnant Sonic. Gert, don't you start with anything, bitch. Out there.
Gotta go
Sit.
fast.
Raise the prime. I'll put it up.
Gotta go fast. Gotta go Pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with
Am I free?
me.
Am I free? Decrease the price? No, Ginger. No.
Lizard,
Bad.
Lizard.
Where's the lizard?
Lizard.
Lizard behind me?
Lizard.
Where the fuck did the lizard? I didn't see. Why is that so long? It was behind you. I was too slow to pull it out. Ale. Bruh. Am I free now? Am I free? Am I free? Fuck! Alright, what was this clipping? Let me just drag this.
Lizard.
Calamus is like, he didn't get his money's worth, so I'm just gonna like do that again. Cinder didn't get their money's worth. We're gonna do that one again. Thank you. This is fine.
Oh, definitely. Stealthy Mouse is clumsy enough to get pink eye from anything. Farts included. Just another reason to laugh at her misfortunes. Bow down to the Froggy Queen, and let's celebrate her ridiculousness.
I got my hand on my bush
Ribbit.
right now!
The only grass Cinder has touched in months. That's right, I'm doxing it. Cinder, it was you that redeemed that one! Doxed. Pulled out. Alright, what the fuck is this? Oh, I'm bald. Okay. Well, death and destruction and this ace trainer. Don't you smug face at me. Feel the burn! Feel the hatred of being unfriended, unfollowed, unsubscribed. Google Docky dropped. You know Bass Pro Shop was my trigger and you did it anyway. I'm telling the other VTubers. Don't you fucking dare flex. Wait, you ungoffed me! Why did you ungoff me?
When the aliens come down, all they really want to say.
Yeah, right there! I don't want to hear that! Nope! I don't want to hear a thing! I don't want to hear it! I don't want to see it! I don't want to look at it! Ain't nothing! Ain't nothing! It didn't happen! Nothing! Burn it out! Oh, what?
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee, made of glass and some.
What are you doing? Prime. Or I could have also potentially been lobster. Where's my white? There we go. I want me white halo, not me black one. White. I'm a filthy whitey. Fucking trauma, man. How many darkies do I have on me? 1, 2. But can I fight him? Well, maybe if I go heal first. Wait, can I even come back up this way? Ooh, find out. No, I'm not fucking with this old dude. Ah, fuck's sake! Well, that's the encounter for the... That's the encounter for this route. That's... Yep. Okay. Can't say those words stealthy. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? It's like, what did I say? What did I say? I don't remember what I said. Therefore, it doesn't count. Isn't anything? Press. I'm not. If I type it, I'll get banned. Can I send you a wild ass song? No, Cinder. Back in your corner. Sit down and calm down. I stuck up for you, and instead of appreciating it, you harassed me with Bass Pro Shop. No, you don't get no privileges. What you get? Who wants to be Grass Quinn? Let me pull up a drawer. Hang on. Ah, it's the wrong window. Exclamation mark ticket if you want to be Grass Quinn. Scop Quinn. Scop Quinn. Hey! Exclamation mark ticket! God, what's going on in there?
Pregnant Sonic.
Yo, Beetle, is there any way we can get Neurosama to cover this?
I was referring to actual colors. Fuck off. If anyone has a problem with that, they can stick it up their ass.
Please. I'll do anything. Babe, I need $600 now.
Okay, that's perfectly cool. Yeah.
And I stand by it. I would complain ugly pig. Look, come on. There's a real color, for fuck's sake. Like I picked, was it the greens, it was the blues against the reds in my last stream. No, those colors are protected. Even if you're just talking about a color. For a second I thought I had clicked another stream. Purple! What the fuck? Isn't it like some ungodly hour for you? What the fuck are you doing up, Purple? Isn't it like a crazy hour for you, or am I misremembering? I'm in a different time zone? Yeah! But I thought like your time zone meant that this time zone, this this little window that I'm at would have been like a crazy hour for you or something.
Now Purple can never leave.
I just saw Purple! Can I get a shout out for Purple as well? Please, 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 please! Wonderful artist, 3D model rigger. Check him out, check him out, check him out. Are you back to streaming again, Purple? Oh no, a diff time zone. Oh, okay. Sorry, Ginger, you don't have that privilege. Calamus, help! Help, Calamus! All right, let's see who won the draw for Green Queen. Fine, I'll do it myself. Ah, there we go. I tried. I'm listening at least. Yeah, at least someone is. Right. And I'll do the big one as well. I think that is alright. Everyone's doing it. Hey, shut up, Purple! Go check him out! Are you traveling at the bar, Purple? Alright, a win. Ginger! Welcome to my box. You really do touch grass. Hey, yo! To the box! Nah. Alright, let's get out of here without being murdered. Come on! I'm trying to do shit. Can you piss off, please? Get him, Scramble. Sick him. Cinder not being a fire type might be a cramp. It's alright. She needs to touch grass more often anyway. Good for her. Alright, I need healing. Wait, how are you inside Pokemon? This is Pokemon Infinite Fusions, and I figured out how to customize the sprites. I'm in it. I got Applebun here as the nurse. Doru's in there. I got heaps of people in there. I was doing before I fell sick about over a year ago. I let people donate $50 and I'd make a whole custom sprite set and put them in the game. Alright, I was gonna check out my dark collection because I want the edgy outfits. Dark. Oh no! I've only got 2 dark types. I don't think I'm good to go. I don't think I'm good to go. Holy shit, I'm just like obsessed with the toilet today. I need to go pee. Alright. Pee is weak. I can hold it back. For you, chat. For you. I touched grass today. I almost died. You meant to touch grass, not poisonous plants. Cinder. Oh, time to go in my room. We swapping to the Kindle? Yeah, it's Kindle stream time. I'm on a Kindle, Mom. Look at me. I'm a book. You always said I was an open book, so it matches. I recently got a NDSI and started playing. Hi, Nana! And started playing Platinum. Platinum's good. I like Platinum. I like me a Death Centipede. Ah. The background music on this is so weird. There's like a going at the same time. So many babies now. That's a abomination that should have never been born. Okay. Oh, get out of the way, Meowth. Take a big sip. I just told you I need a whiz. You're not helping. I just realized me and Cinder are like the complete opposite of one another. She's fire, I'm water. Well, I mean, technically she's grass, so I don't know. She could eat ass, I don't know. I'm not saying that she does, but it rhymes, so it might happen. She's gonna go outside or she will catch everything on fire. She's been reclused. Nicknaming club. Bramble, we're gonna get you judged. Oh, I gotta pee so bad. Not very good. Give it a 2 out of 10. All right. What about H2O? A 4 out of 10. Is the number just gonna slowly go up as he likes me more and more, or what? But dork. Another 2 out of 10. Wait, we're gonna get everyone checked. It's Meekeg's turn. Bro, he's so picky. Highest I got was H2O, 4 out of 10. Oh, Mila! Yeah, we got another 4 out of 10! Ah, good. We boop. I boop you back. Why is the music stopped? Alright, Astra is the last one. Not perfect. Oh! Yeah, he likes Astra! I'm telling. Wait, I didn't talk to the other guy. Hello. Oddly quiet, right? What's going on? Where's the music? Oh, wait, it's come back. There we go. No, I don't want to learn Ominous Weird. Go away. Hello, ma'am. Alright, I don't know why I was just sitting there with the water bottle in my, like, clutched in my arms like a little baby. Hello. I want you to have this. Thank you for stone. I gotta deal with the rival in here. I'm gonna try something real quick. La 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 la. Come here. I'm gonna get that sprite that you guys put together. I'm gonna call it B though, because then it should save as a different option. Window. That. Graphics. I think it's characters? That's not characters. Battles? I don't remember where.
Halloween? A waste of time. I disguise myself as a true queen, of course. Maybe a froggy villain with a crown made of flowers. Everyone else can keep their lame costumes. Bow down to my fabulousness.
Alright. Yeah,
Ribbit.
let me nasty. She's so mean, and for what? I gotta remember where it goes. Where does it go? What is this? Oh. Okay. Yeah, I gotta go for another bathroom trip. Sorry, chat. Tummy owie. This is because of the re-inflammation a little bit. Sorry. I keep going on little breaks. I'm sorry. Oh dear, and I'm back again. The toilet loves me, chat. It doesn't want me to leave. It's like, here, come back, stealthy, please. We love you. Retire, please. Stealthy. You're beautiful. I don't know if I'm ready to face a Mr. Dark Man yet. We go new zone. New zone. Where's door? Oh, I got some serious lag on my headphones. Hang on. I didn't break anything? Audio is not connect. Okay, hang on. I'm deaf. Hang on. I can't hear nothing. I can't hear nothing. I can't hear nothing. I can't hear nothing. Ba, ba, ba. I'm deaf. I'm deaf, chat. You guys got any audio either? I don't think you guys do either. Uh-oh, did I break OBS by disconnecting my headphones? Rah, Raggy. What did I do? I broke it, chat. You guys are still there though, right? I haven't had anyone send a message in chat. You guys are still there. You can hear me, right? I didn't break everything. Everything, right? Hello? 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 Oh, it's a substream. So you can hear me? Flint, shut up. We can't hear you. Sure, you lie. Test something real quick. Yeah. This, can I hear it? Not either. Why? It says it's connected, but it's not. Oh. Okay, so I can hear that again. Can't hear game. Alright, let me just... I hate the beer. There is no snakes or street. Audio is back. Wonder if I'll be able to hear any of the notifications and stuff. That'll be interesting. Either way, game's back. Ew, what the fuck did they do to Mewtwo? They nerfed his titties. Unbelievable behavior. Yep, I know it's available, but it breaks everything. Okay, I can hear again. Yippee! Fucking around in the back rooms for a second. try this. New zone. We're not gonna die. It won't be dead. Don't worry about it. Got Dork up front, ready to paralyze. Slow speed. Speed it up a little bit. Ooh. 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 An old man. Ah! Okay. We got this. We got this. We got this. This used to be Growlithe, Vulpix territory. Let's see what we get instead. Okay. Do I look pretty now, mother? Oh. Oh, it's not what I thought it was. I was hoping it was a legendary cross. It's not. It's not. No, I didn't fuck with it because the settings, like the files in the back rooms have changed from how they used to be, so I'll mess with that later, I think. I won't mess with that on stream because I feel like I'm gonna break something. Oh shit, I should have loaded up on more balls. Uh-oh. Oh, never mind. The catch rate is definitely been made at baby level. I am a baby, so I suppose it checks out. Who wants to be a dead bird? Everyone loves dead birds, right? Smell of burnt flesh, candle wax, and rotting bodies. Exclamation mark ticket to be you. Don't be afraid now. Just be honest to yourself. I was looking at it as well. I don't know where to put it. I'll try and mess with some stuff on my end. Yeah, they've changed how it works. So... Anyone at all want to be my dead bird? Anyone? Anyone? My beak candle Pokemon? Come on! Come on! Yay, it's ours! Ghost flying type with no custom. 20 kilos of bird. Anyone at all? That's a fine cut of chicken. Imagine getting 20 kilos of chicken. I know. Never ending. It's a night earlier. Yeah, exactly. See, you gotta replace yourself with the ghost type, right? Right? It checks out. It checks out. It checks out. But looks like the only one that wants it too. So, congratulations, you did. You had a good run. You were one of my top babies. And apparently that was the problem because I pressed the wrong fucking button. Oh wow, Zenos! Funny seeing you here. Oh, it's amazing. Ow. What else could have been? Let's find out. What could have been? La 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 la. That matcha has not got enough caffeine in it. Hello there, I've seen you before, pick a rock. Pick a rock. Any rock. Pick it. Nice eye. The previous avatar, I mean the Pokemon body I used kinda ceased to be. But it won't be the last. And it never will be the last. Don't worry, this is the last time I have to do a run in Pokemon Infinite Fusions. We win in this one. Wagaloo. Why did Natu fusions always end up hovering ominously? I'm not understanding. Always end up just like flying there menacingly. They never have wings. Yeah, I don't want to mess with you, Wyron. Thank you. Anything else here? Hello. Oh, bulletproof. Right, okay. Well, let me punch you instead. Yeah. Think about that. Oh, we got another ominously hovering Pokemon. Not very effective, but does a butt-ton of damage. I'll take it. La la la. Alright. Try Mila. No death, Mila. Stay alive. Stay alive. Stay alive. That's what I wanted. Ninpuff. Fairy type of some variety. Good chance for scramble to get some experience. Scratch it. Get it. Get it. Yeah. Alright. Now for this lady. Why do they never face me when I want them to face me, and then when I try to dodge them, they always turn at the last minute to battle me? Titties! A tank! Should have put it in a tank top. Would have been so perfect. Our first meal tank fusion, let's go! Oh, Leggy Grace! Leave her alone. Nicely done, Scrabble! Vape? Or those Vaporeon Ariados? Okay, you got an electric type move in there. You have Spark. We'll use that. That is cursed. Trying to find it, but it just keeps saying the old way. Maybe it'll work. It'll just like pass it into the new files. Mayhaps. Okay. Now, do I gotta go trigger this old man? Hit a rock next to her. I can hear it speak when I put it close to my ear. My grandma says it's cursed. She wouldn't let me keep it. Oh, thank you for the rock, child. Grandma doesn't like the weird stone for some reason. The rock is talking to your child. I feel like anyone would not like that. Hello? Why is it all women? Where are the men? Oh shit, I forgot about you. Ah shit, okay. I thought I encountered you another layer up. I didn't expect it to be right here. We got this. Yeah, we're fine. Ellie. Oh, you hit fucking hard, bro. Hey, I missed! What the fuck? Take the red! No! Don't shake red! Alright, hang on. Dealt with. What do we got next? Mag Fairy. Astra should be... Ah, no you won't! The fire part! Right, yes, right, fire! Did not see that fire bit coming, I'll be honest. Oh. Ice is weak to steel. I know it was weak to steel, but the Pokemon's actual typage was rock, I'm pretty sure, so it didn't matter. Get him. Get him, Keg. Get him, stick him. Yeah, suck it, buddy. Shuplup. What the fuck is a Shuplup? I think I want one of my dark types, so I'm gonna send Dork in. Oh, it's you. Okay. Very cute. Very cute. I like it. But you dead. Oh, wasn't paying attention. Alright, we're still fine though. Has this trainer kept any of her Pokemon? I feel like she's changed all her Pokemon every battle. Oh, that'd be the randomizer. Never mind. I forgot that the randomizer randomizes the trainer's Pokemon each time. Ah, babe. Punch. Yato-san. How's your Pokedex coming, pal? And I just caught a Haunter. I'm gonna try a fuse it with another Pokemon and see if I can evolve it. Well, I'm barely going. I got lots of... Hello, old man. We're going to have to stop playing here. Go. How to make the Master Ball? We're working at Swift's code. We've developed the plans. Well, that reminds me, I gotta go check in with Team Rocket at some point. I don't remember what town. I think it's... Oh, I haven't gotten to that city yet. The city where I gotta check in. Oh, not the old man. Yeah, I can remember, but I don't think I can get past them without a Sliff Scarp. Anyway, I saw a lot of Team Rocket members loitering around like... A lot of shit. Wait, she just caught a ghost type Pokemon and she's like, oh, anyway, I don't have a Sliff Scope. Bye. What? Bitch, you've just been through here, numbnuts. I don't have a Sliff Scope yet either, do I? Nope. Any excuse. I got hair in my ear. I can feel it. I gotta pull it out. It's itchy. Oh, yeah. Ah. Oh, fuck. Alright. Oops, no. I've been there. Who's this guy? Oi! I get another egg! 5,000 buckaroos! Oh wait, I feel like that's a Manaphy egg. Where's me egg? Oh fuck, it's a Wobbuffet? You can stay in the box! I don't fucking want you! Bruh. Ain't no one want that wino. Ain't no one want a wino. Hell no. Bring you back in. Hello. I don't care about your giant numbers. Fight me! I haven't come across anyone that has a really cool Pokemon yet. Oh, there was that one with the Kyogre inside. Maybe I can go ask them to trade me. Maybe they'll trade with me. A fucking missed! Snub mime. Snubber. Mime? Fairy type, which means I can use either poison or Scramble need healing though. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I'm really gonna learn to pay attention when I go speed clicking. Oh man, I'm dead. That's how I lost Xenos. Oh, poor little creature. I need to heal again. I'm hopeless. Oh. Alright. Take on the twins. Let's send Northy Wind up as well, I feel like. Would be good. Barrier is somehow weaker still. It's checks out because I think fairy is in. Oh fuck! Sort your words out, Stealthy. In lore, in fairy lore, fairies are weak to iron. Iron is toxic to fairies, so it checks out that the steel type would be super effective against fairy type. It checks out, boy. Oh. Owie. Hey! No ganging up on one Pokemon! What the fuck? Rude? Astra! Absolutely vile behavior. Ain't doing that. Ain't allowing. I say as I proactively gang up on a single Pokemon at a time myself. Company looks right. It's a little squishy guy, but it's dead now. Don't think about it too much. It'll make you cry. Let's put... Team's kind of getting strong. Item, move, put that on Northy. Let's fight some of these guys. Here, eyes. Oh, fancy that anyone can find me. Call me Miku, Miku, they call me Miku, Miku, because of you, I am sitting alone. Because of you. And I'm doing very good to you, Scramble. Alright, I'm gonna have to swap him out. Wow! Dork. I can't be swapped out. God damn it. I might need you to be a trying to find it, but it keeps saying the old way, so I might need you to be a spriter to add it, maybe? I don't think so. I'll figure it out later. I'm gonna get hungry. What's my Fuck me drunk! Oh, with your fucking hex ass! Ah! Now I'm confused again. Brilliant. Why can't you be swapped out? Does he have arena trap or something? Fuck your hex! Arr! Alright, I hate this guy with a passion. Oh, nope. I will not lose, Scrabble! None of my moves are very effective here. Looking into it myself before I continue my chainmail nightmare. I'm pretty sure I know how to do it. I just have to fuck around with it. I didn't want to do it while I was streaming. Letting assurance? You are. Target has already taken some damage in the same turn. The attack's doubled. You're too fast for that to be any good. Bullet punch. What'd that do? Boy, steel type! Oh. Why is it only 40 damage? Push, wait. Alright, dealt with, finally. Scramble, get out of there. You end up dead. don't like that. Oh. Ruh-roh. And I have a fire type on me. Dork! Help! 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 The lid on is a little bit tanky. I need help. Hey. Oriton! Oricorio Rodon would be the guess. Let's go for Astra again. I'm in the game, let's go! Hungry. Oh, I'm so hungry right now. Throw a rock at it. Ow! Okay, that didn't work very well, did it? I'm so glad I'm rich so I can have all these potions. I'd have been fucked without them. Aurora beam! Oh, God. Not feeling very good at all, are we? Okay, there we go. What's that? It gets all the party Pokemon to attack the foe! The more party Pokemon, the more damage! Ooh. Okay. Gonna get rid of Icy Wind. Bestow. What'd that do? User passes its held item to the target, then the target... I'm going back, I need healing. La la na 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 na. Isn't this where I pick up the... Hang on a minute. Is that not here anymore? It used to be a bed that you could pick up... No? Maybe? Locked. Maybe that's after. I swear there used to be a bed here that you could pick up the, like a feather or something. Trigger a quest. But I guess they removed it for this patch. That way. My, what a little bit on trainer. But something's not quite right. Yes, it's your hair! Bruh. I can give you a look of the Hex Maniac. It's a style that reflects the otherworldly. What do you say, dearie? Bruh. I look like a Danganronpa character. Alright, you have a great night. It's bedtime. Bye, Kenan. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. I appreciate your company. I need more potions. I need them. Alright, tell you what, actually. I'm fucking starved today, so I'm actually going to end stream earlier than I have been. I know my streams have been going for like 8 hours recently, but I feel like at 5 hours today, I'm kind of kaputska. I love your new hair. I don't want it. I don't want it. Pets are screaming because it's their time as well. But yeah, I think I'm gonna end stream a little bit earlier today because I am really hungry and I keep having to go to the bathroom, which is really annoying. It's frightfully frustrating, I will admit. But what I'm gonna do is... Yeah, just like... nah, it turns off after a while anyway. Let us... Yeah. I heard I need them Persians. My cat needs food. He's screaming. Screaming in the background for munchies. It's time for me to pass out anyways. I think SSB should be here in a sec or two. Alright, Cat's going to sleep. Yeah, but yeah. Bedtime for me. Not bedtime. Dinner. Lunch, dinner time for me. Need food. I haven't had no lunch. I had my brekkie, but no lunch. Follow it! Hey, Pointy Cookie! 3 years! Hot look at them. Follow Edge for Hoscat. 2 years and oh, you fucked up. You fucked up. You haven't been here long enough. You're a baby. Baby! Do better. Need big number. Big number means good person, right? Eh. Ew, they've changed the layout again for Twitch. Why? Suggested collabs? Huh? The fuck? Recommended categories? Live channels? I want to see the ones that I'm following. Sod off. Lurk game go crazy. You've been lurking so goddamn Pointy. I'm gonna finish this chainmail in the morning. Do it. Have a rest first. Alright, let's see who I will raid. Oh, who's there? I am the wind blowing through your hair. Moon at night, filling your dream to the brim with fright. This Halloween, this is Halloween. Alright, we're gonna go raid Varen! I feel like Varen's never live when I done stream, so that feels weird to be raiding Varen. We're gonna get him! Varen's always showing support in the channel, and I swear that guy is everywhere. Every VTuber stream I drop in, he's been there. He's been through. He's like a fucking plague. He's like, I'm here too! Super contagious. Oh, sorry, scratching my ear hole. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Sorry I'm ending so abruptly, but I'm really hungry. All these bathroom trips emptied me out. I need more food, and the dog's having a meltdown outside because it's his time as well. And he's just like, now, mother, now. Please, mother, now. If I left that music really loud, I kind of a little bit. But thanks again for hanging out. They're probably there'll be a same stream again, same time next week, which I'm pretty certain is after Halloween, which is why I Halloweened out for this stream. Even though it's a bit early, I was like, you know what? I don't think I'm going live again until after Halloween. So wait now or never, or never. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you suckers next week. Still hoping to eventually pick up doing 2 streams a week, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. This week was too much time of me sleeping rather than catching up on commissions. So it's just, it didn't happen. Grab the raid message, grab this second raid message if you are not currently subscribed. I won't hold it against you. I'll see you suckers out the other side. Ciao.